Now 5 p.m. and we would like to call to order our Lynchburg City School Board meeting for August the 3rd, 2021. And we are so delighted to be back home here in our school administration building, and certainly want to again thank those schools that afforded us an opportunity to meet while we were away from our home. At this point, we will move in our agenda to section B, which is the agenda approval. And the chair has no desire to rush this. I want to make sure that everyone looks at the agenda, and I would like a motion to approve the agenda with the items that are listed at present. What is the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion has been made by Dr. Brennan and seconded by Dr. Carter to approve the agenda. Any further questions or discussion? Then at this time, we're going to ask our clerk to please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes?
School Board Member Dr. Nullis?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The chair would like to pause for just a moment at this time and ask the board your pleasure on this matter. Does not have to be, but I'm simply asking for the board's consideration that under Section G, unfinished business, well, actually it's under Section H, new business. H1, which talks about the 2021-2022 Lynchburg City School budget. That is currently under new business, and as Dr. Millis and all of the board members know, that that would be under new business if there's something coming up that we hadn't discussed prior to. Yet it may please the board, or may not, to move that item to what would be G1, which is dealing with
BG3.
G2, G2, which is dealing with school board member compensation and benefits, and to move that item in advance of that, since that is an item potentially for discussion tonight and they kind of relate. We can leave it as it is, or we could put them together, which would afford the board an opportunity to, in whichever direction, to do that smoothly. Simply bringing that to the board's attention. If there's a desire to do that, it would need a motion. If not, we will continue with it as we have it. All right, hearing none, we will leave it as we have it. We're going to now stand and do our Pledge of Allegiance. And as we are standing today to do our Pledge of Allegiance, I do want to say to our LCS family that the Olympic Games are going on in our dear country, represented in Tokyo. But we had our Olympics today, and this is the torch from that. It was an amazing day to celebrate LCS. Now let us celebrate our country through the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Wow, thank you so very much. All right. We will now move to Section C, which has to do with public comments. And our school board attorney is here tonight somewhere. Thank you so much. Dr. Millis made a good point. It's the optics, if you will, for tonight is quite interesting. And just being together like this is wonderful. And we're thankful for our attorney that's right there at the table, if any board member may or may not need her. I did want to make sure that before we got into public comments, is there any discussion amongst the board around how we want to entertain public comments? I think this can come up later at a work session, but if there's any comments about the public comment, since we're back here in the room, I did want to afford the board any opportunity to say that, not trying to change anything or deviate or any way, just wanted to make it clear. The process we used last time would seem to be a suitable time for today. As I look at our speaker list, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 potential speakers. And how many emails?
A stack.
Stack. So I just wanted the board to have an opportunity to weigh in on how we want to handle the 30 minutes for tonight. Last time we decided to go with all public comments since those individuals were here. I'm inclined to do the same.
12, 13.
So the vice chair is telling me we have 13 written emails.
I mean, I'd be comfortable with letting the speakers that are here signed up tonight to speak.
Okay.
I agree. They've taken the
Yes.
time out of their day to come to us, be able to listen to them.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure how we deal with that. Thank you, board. So at this time, as we are under Section C with public comments, we do want to acknowledge that everyone is just doing so well tonight with all of our protocols, but they are listed on our board docs. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge that persons appearing before the school board will not be allowed to campaign for public office or promote private business ventures and should not use profanity or vulgar language or gestures, make comments about a public official or an employee that are not related to his or her official duties, engage in behaviors that disrupt the meeting or intimidates others, or address the school board on issues that do not concern the services, policies, role, and/or responsibilities of the school board. Individual speakers shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. A speaker representing a group shall limit his comments or her comments to 5 minutes. The representatives shall identify the group at the beginning of his or her presentation, and a group may have no more than one spokesperson. The total allotted time for public comments at school board meetings is 30 minutes and are reserved for the public to provide input. The board does not respond to comments, answer questions, or otherwise engage in discussion at this time. I do want to acknowledge, per our school board attorney, that this board is doing a great job in affording school board public comment opportunities. There are some who do not provide that at all. And so we're thankful for that. And I'm going to read the names, members of the board, from the list that was given to me, which is our typical process, and we never deviate from it. And we will call on each. And Amy Pugh, our deputy superintendent, does an excellent job of letting me know when the time has expired. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just being obedient to the board's wishes. First speaker we have is Mr. Robert Flood, who is coming to represent us by Virginia Organizer.
Thank y'all again for giving me this opportunity to speak on a couple of issues that's on my mind. One of the issues is the insurance. I didn't know too much about how the insurance policy worked with the school board until I looked it up and read a little bit about it. And I realized that surrounding counties have the same kind of insurance, but all of them it's approved from whoever city, I don't know what kind of city council they have in counties, but I know they approved it overwhelming to have people that's on the school board to have insurance. And what I gather from us, we voted 8-1 not to have it. And we don't know exactly when somebody will get sick or have a serious illness and they don't have insurance. And I know some people can afford it. That's understandable. Some people can't. City Council awarded y'all this insurance for all of y'all, and for whatever reason you voted 8-1. I don't think you come out your pocket with not a penny to pay the insurance. But why would you vote 8-1 not to have it? I don't understand that. And I know that everybody here can get ill and don't have insurance, or maybe don't have enough money to pay for whatever. But that's something y'all have to decide. But when we are Lynchburg and we are the ones supposed to be setting the example for all the counties because we're much bigger, or why are we lower than the counties are? They vote to have it, we vote not to have it. I don't understand that. Now the second issue is, I've been talking about this last couple of times, returning citizens to be able to volunteer. I haven't got no feedback, no paperwork back saying that y'all, I know we got to the decision that we decided to do it, but I ain't seen nothing on paper saying what the rules are to have returning citizens come to volunteer, because we need all the help we can with these young people today. So I'm still waiting on that, because I know we reached a point before the virus came up that we had voted, y'all had voted, to upheld it and to do something about letting returning citizens volunteer. I would like to find out exactly where y'all are with that on paper so I can know exactly what I need to do, if I need to do anything different. But at least if y'all could give me some kind of feedback where y'all at, I appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Flood, representing Virginia organizers. We have next on the list Carl Hutchison, representing the NAACP. Mr. Hutchison is not here. Next on the list is Jamie McCoy, an individual. Is Ms. McCoy here? She is not. Next speaker is Andrew Glover. Subject is mask, representing the conservative parents of Lynchburg. Welcome, Mr. Glover.
Good evening, Lynchburg City School Board. My name is Andrew Glover, and tonight I represent the conservative parents of Lynchburg, a group of almost 300 parents and caregivers concerned about the future of public education here in Lynchburg City, many of whom sit behind me. Tonight I have two concerns that I would like to share with the school board regarding agenda item H3, which deals with the masking requirements for the upcoming 2021-2022 school year. The first concern is with the changes to policy JHCAZ, which was published for review to board docs on Thursday afternoon. This is the policy originally put in place in 2020 to address masking requirements for last year. In its current format, that policy, this is a policy that our group opposed then and continues to oppose now. However, it was a policy that was voted on and adopted by you, the school board members, who are the specific individuals appointed by City Council to make such policy decisions. However, the proposed updates published on Thursday made to this policy shift policy decision-making in regards to masks from you, the school board, potentially to the school superintendent. Respectfully, you were not appointed by City Council to abdicate your responsibility in policy decision-making. By shifting policy decision-making to the superintendent, you set a very dangerous precedent for all other policy decisions in the future. City Council appointed you to make decisions, and you appoint the superintendent to carry out those decisions. The intent was never to give a government employee carte blanche in both decision-making and execution power, which is exactly what the current proposed changes to JHCAZ would do. So, regardless of whatever decision you choose to make tonight, please do not adopt the changes as presented currently, as they would set a very dangerous precedent and remove vital checks, balances, and responsibilities necessary for good governance. Second, in regards to the use of masks in general, our group would urge the school board to make masking for students of all ages and regardless of vaccination status optional and based on parents' choice. This request certainly isn't new. It's one I've made in the past. However, what is different now compared to 2020 is that the state of emergency declared by the governor's office is no longer in effect. With the vacation of that emergency order also comes the vacation of any legal authority to make non-legislated healthcare decisions for students and families. Thus, a mask mandate for students is a violation of constitutional rights on personal freedoms and liberties. Quite simply put, a mask mandate by a government agency such as the school system without a state of emergency is illegal. Second, masks have shown to be ineffective. To quote Dr. Fauci on February 5th, masks are really only for infected people to prevent them from spreading infection to people who are not infected, rather than protecting uninfected people from acquiring infection. Now, many claim, well, the science evolved. However, between the time that Dr. Fauci made that statement and even late 2020, there were no peer-reviewed studies substantiating mask efficacy. There have been a handful of studies published in late 2020 and early 2021, but they're still undergoing the peer review process and only looked at narrow parameters in a very small sample size. Yes, science can evolve, but what we've seen isn't science, it's political rhetoric and appeasement. Third, masks have been shown to be potentially dangerous. In one case, a study was conducted in a Florida school with children wearing a mask for 1 week, and then sending that mask to a lab to see what pathogens were detectable. The lab found pneumonia, tuberculosis, sepsis, and many others. While these pathogens are actually found in schools in all sorts of places, unlike before, these pathogens are now being trapped inside the mask and hanging out by a children's nose all day, with them inhaling these pathogens in and out constantly, all day, every day, for multiple days in a row. Now finally, because I'm running out of time, masks have done irreparable harm to our children's psychological health. You heard at your last school board work session that suicide attempts are up 50%, depression is up 15%, non-school screen time is up 61%, and a bunch of other things. It is time to reverse these trends. It's time to join every other surrounding county in our region, and it is time to say no to mask mandates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. Thank you for coming. Our next speaker will be Carl Luce, who is coming from the Lynchburg Education Association, addressing COVID-19 protocols. Welcome, Mr. Luce, and thank you for your remarks earlier today.
Thank you, sir. You're a hard act to follow. Hello once again to you all, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Carl Luce, and I'm president of Lynchburg Education Association. Let me also thank you for your leadership during these unusual and trying times. Let me start by acknowledging that this is nothing that any of us want to be dealing with. No one likes masks or wants to wear masks. We'd all rather be dealing with curriculum or site maintenance or IT possibilities. But here we are, stuck with another decision that people in higher places didn't want to make, so they kicked the can down the road. Now we need to look at where we are and where we want to go. As we do in education, let's look at where we want to go, then determine the best way to get there. I think we can all agree that students learn best through in-person instruction. I think we can agree that our goal for this year is to have students in the classroom 5 days a week. I think we can agree that we would like to avoid the confusion that comes with having to shift back and forth between in-person and remote learning. I think we can agree that we have a duty to keep all of our students and staff safe. So with our goals clearly established, we need to take a look at where we are. As of Monday, we were at a vaccination rate of just 40% with a positivity rate that has climbed to 16.7%. Our cases, hospitalizations, and deaths have all been on the rise for the last 30 days. Pick a map and you'll find Lynchburg in the red, surrounded by counties that are also in the red. The Delta variant is proving to be as contagious as the common cold, but far more deadly to those unprotected. And what about classroom spacing, social distancing? The recommendation, of course, is 3 feet, but I can tell you I'm coming here from just setting up my classroom, and social distancing can't be done. There are simply too many kids and not enough space. Now that we know where we are, we look at the expert recommendations. Both the CDC, which has been quoted to this board many times in the past, and the VDH recommend masks be worn by all individuals in schools, regardless of vaccination status, when the data looks the way it currently looks in Lynchburg. The American Academy of Pediatrics definitively stated that universal masking should be required in all schools. Additionally, we have the Pandora's box that would be opened by asking staff to try and deal with issues related to a policy that allows or requires certain people to wear masks but not others. Also, it would be much more effective to start with universal masking and then loosen restrictions than start without it and try to go to it at a later date. Furthermore, as we consider the rights of those involved, we cannot forget the rights of the students and parents who have gotten the vaccinations when appropriate and have been following the protocols. We must remember that when we send our children to school with a mask, it's not saying that we care only about our kids, it's saying that we care about your kids too. It's not about kids protecting themselves, it's about them protecting each other. Our students successfully wore masks a year ago. We know it can be done. And though some may suggest the converse, if for some reason a student cannot wear a mask, we have the virtual academy as an alternative. Bearing all of this in mind, the only logical conclusion we can make as a division is to require masks for all individuals inside of a school building. Otherwise, we'll see a year of turmoil, chaos, high absence rates, rising disciplinary issues, and worst of all, unnecessary illness among our students and staff. That's not a year any of us want to have. People stood before this board all last year and said they want the kids in school 5 days a week. They were tired of ever-changing schedules and were confused by protocols. They want their kids in school. Requiring masks will give us the opportunity to have the year that those concerned citizens were standing in front of you requesting. A year where illnesses are down, quarantining is a minimum, students are in school 5 days a week, and schedules remain in place. Certainly, that is something we should all be willing to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Luce. Our next speaker, and I hope I get this right, Evan Ornby, COVID-19, the Lynchburg Academy of Medicine. Are you here? All right, we'll move to the next speaker. Jeffrey Wooters, subject is mask. Welcome, Mr. Wooters.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Wooters. I am a senior at E.C. Glass High School and Central Virginia Governor's School here in Lynchburg, Virginia. And let me start off by saying I was under the impression that you had to wear a mask to get in here, that a mask mandate was in place, but I look around and I see over half of this room not wearing them. If you're gonna put a mandate in place, at least enforce it. This sets an awful example. What are we gonna tell our kids if their parents and their teachers can't even wear masks to these meetings? But I digress. You've probably guessed by that I'm here to speak in support of a mask mandate for Lynchburg City schools. And you've heard, and you'll probably hear more people come up and tell you that there are various reasons why we don't need a mask mandate or shouldn't have a mask mandate. But these reasons are wrong. They first cite the science. There are studies that show that horrible things happen to students who wear masks. That study that was cited about the Florida school children had a sample size of 6 masks. 6 masks were sent in for testing to find various bacteria, one of which doesn't even exist. And I would say if you're concerned about the germs that are on the inside or the outside of your mask, try not to think about the germs that are on your phone. When I was a student last year at the Governor's School, I had to do an independent research project myself, and my sample size had to be at least 8, although 12 was recommended. And I was not able to draw any long-term or broad conclusions about my data because not enough research was done. A sample size of 6 is not enough to be sure about every single mask that every single person is wearing. It's just not possible. And then they'll tell you that there are awful mental health outcomes for students who wear masks, and there is a grain of truth to that, but only for the very smallest kids who learn how to regulate their emotions and communicate by mimicking facial patterns and behaviors. And last I checked, we weren't enrolling babies in Lynchburg City schools. But they'll tell you, well, enough with the science. I have my rights. I have the freedom not to wear a mask. Well, to that I say, I have the freedom of speech, but I can't yell fire in a crowded theater. I have the right to print whatever I want in a newspaper, but I can't libel. I have the right to peacefully protest, but I can't try to stage an insurrection on the steps of the US Capitol. Our rights are not unlimited. They can be curtailed in the interest of public health and other emergencies. And these pieces of cloth aren't exactly curtailing my rights. We know that these masks work. We have to follow the science. We have to follow the experts, because the bottom line is, if you lift this mask mandate, more people are going to get sick and die than if you don't. That's the bottom line. And as my final comment, protect trans students and gender nonconforming students in Lynchburg City schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wooters. Our next speaker is Ross Wooters. I hope I have that right. Speaking to us around the subject of mask.
That's absolutely right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
To the members of the board. Dr. Gupta, it's lovely to see you again. I'll apologize in advance. I don't have a bunch of prepared remarks, and I don't have the public speaking chops of my son that you just heard from. I was raised in a house of educators, in a family of educators. My mother started as a school teacher's assistant, and eventually became a special education teacher in the Denver public school system. She committed herself to that job for over 30 years, becoming an administrator, eventually an assistant principal at a high school in East Denver. If there's anything that her work in special education taught me, is that we as a society, we take care of the most vulnerable among us. You know, that's what it means to live in a society. Another thing that I've learned, not only from her, but in my own education, is about the scientific method and how that works. And the science, it does change, and things are rapidly changing right now in this country. Generally, what happens is you find new facts. You know, new things come to light, new research, and this Delta variant that's upon us is it's a serious situation, y'all. None of us wants to go back to wearing masks. I will admit I've been enjoying working at home a couple of days a week. It helps my productivity, but here are just a few of the facts coming from the report from the CDC. And yes, I believe the CDC. I believe the scientists that have spent years and years and years training, and the CDC that spends $6.5 billion a year researching diseases. So when they say that this is a serious problem in their reports, I'm going to believe it. This was reported from the New York Times last Friday. The Delta variant is more transmissible than the viruses that cause SARS, MERS, Ebola, and the common cold, the seasonal flu, smallpox. It is as transmissible as chickenpox. As of Thursday, 71,000 new cases per day on average in this country. And taking a look at the Virginia website this morning, I see that in Lynchburg today, we had another 18 cases reported, and that is actually the 7-day average of new cases, which basically puts us back to where we were in early April. You know, right when the vaccines were coming out and things that we thought were starting to get better. Cases are rapidly increasing, and it's not going to stop. I'm sorry, is that me? Already. Should have had some prepared remarks. I thank you for your time, but I just want to say that please help protect the most vulnerable among us and require masks in all city school buildings this coming academic year. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Woodard. Our next speaker is Patricia Powers, who is coming to address us around masks as well.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. My name is Patricia Powers. I'm a board-certified pediatrician, pediatric endocrinologist, and a concerned citizen. And I'm commenting on the masking and the code revision that's being discussed tonight. I'm against mask mandates. Parents have the right to make that decision for their kids, not the school board or the superintendent alone, as per the revision consideration. Masks do not stop transmission of viral particles. In one of his emails, even Dr. Fauci wrote, the typical mask you buy at the drugstore is not really effective at keeping out a virus, which is small enough to pass through the material. I have an ebook link to a 135-page document that summarizes much of this research if anyone is interested in seeing it. Children are not really a vulnerable population regarding COVID. The elderly, certainly. Those with comorbidities, certainly. Children, not so much. The risk of dying from COVID is really at about less than 1%, less than 0.1%. And transmission amongst daycares and schools is honestly very low. Now, and the second part is that masks do cause harm, Masks interfere with the normal exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide, and lower oxygen levels actually impair your immune system, specifically the CD4 cells that are part of our viral immunity response. Wearing a mask does interfere with nonverbal and verbal communication and interpretation of facial expressions and social cues, which is especially important for younger children. And even though we don't enroll babies in schools, we do have daycares that are part of the Lynchburg school system, and we have young kids who are learning the nuances of the many ways in which we communicate. Raising a mask raises cortisol levels and activates the fight or flight response, and the alterations in hormones and neurotransmitters hinders the immune system and is not conducive to a calm mental state to promote learning. Wearing a mask results in rebreathing all the germs that do accumulate on the mask, and the parental test that was cited by Mr. Glover should have triggered a formal investigation. The CDC could do that, but I have seen no evidence that they have started that. There are reports of headaches, maskne, impetigo, and other bacterial and fungal skin infections, alterations in salivary pH levels, increased dental cavities, increased periodontal disease, and all of these are known due to mask wearing. The AAP is honestly supported by Pfizer in large part, and so I could rely on the AAP recommendations if there wasn't a financial tie to a vaccine manufacturer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Powers. Appreciate you. Appreciate you coming, Ms. Powers. The last speaker that I have on the list, I don't know how much time we have left. I'm doing the best I can. I think this is Leela Baldwin, but I could be very wrong. Okay.
Good evening. It's Leela Lou Baldwin, and I'm a French teacher at EC Glass and have been for the past decade. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to the board. I also want to affirm that I believe that everybody here is on exactly the same page. We all want what's best for our kids. That's what everybody wants. How to achieve that, how we reach those goals, those opinions differ. I can only speak to the experience of last year and the masks. I saw children, young people, the young people I teach French, get extremely fatigued, feel very headachy. I myself had a very difficult time wearing the mask, the amount of the day that I was required to wear it. Outside of that, not to speak to my own particular needs, but teaching French through a mask and trying to teach it to young people where you can't see their mouth, you can't understand what they're saying, is extremely trying. I think that we've had a great presentation of the science. I think we should follow the science, and the number of cases is not what's important. The number of deaths and serious illness, that's what's important. And the fact that I think it's very clear from the science that the masks do not impede that, I think that's, in my opinion, is very clear. So we can throw around the number of cases, 18 new cases in Lynchburg. I would be far more interested in looking at the number of serious cases of young people in schools. And I'm speaking as a 63-year-old, clearly overweight, diabetic, type 2 diabetes, and some COPD from chronic bronchitis. And I'm not scared to go without my mask because I know that that mask doesn't do anything. So I would beg you to look at the realities, look at the science, think about these kids, and let's get back to normal, recognizing that we are not people called to live in fear. We are not called to live in fear. And there are a lot of risks that we take in life, and some of them are very small. And I think the risk of having young people in school and teachers in school without masks, when we've pushed vaccinations, I'm fully vaccinated. I encourage everybody who can to be vaccinated, but I respect that that's a private choice. But I think the risk is very small, and I think the board should take that into account. I also would like to just express my personal opinion that I very much agree with Andrew Glover that the proposal before the board to remove you from this discussion or from these decisions or from implementation and give that just to the superintendent is very wrong-headed. I would personally like to see a board that is elected by the people of Lynchburg. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leila Lou Baldwin, for your comments. Ms. Pugh, how much time do we have left, if any?
That was 27 minutes.
All right, we're going to instruct our vice chair to read any of the emails that you can read.
I'll read the first one I received from Beth Kent, and it reads as follows. I am writing in my capacity as a parent of a child enrolled in Lynchburg City Schools to express my support for continuing the existing masking policy for LCS. Masks required for all students, faculty, staff, and visitors, regardless of vaccination status. The virus is now making a comeback in our area, and cases are spiking rapidly. No vaccine has yet been cleared for children under age 12. Even for individuals ages 12 and up who may be vaccinated, the evidence now shows that breakthrough cases can occur, and those individuals can transmit the Delta variants just as easily as the unvaccinated. Now is not the time to let our guard down. I urge the school board to continue to put the safety of our children first and the public, and continue to require universal indoor masking. Thank you so much for your service to the community and for your time and attention to my message.
We'll start the next one.
And the next one is coming from Emily Crowder. Dear LCS school board members, I hope you're all well and that you had a great summer after such an incredibly challenging year. Unfortunately, it looks as though the challenges have not completely resolved as we head into a new year, and I'm reaching out today to ask you to please continue the face mask requirements for all students, staff, and visitors in 2021-2022. I have a rising second grader at Paul Monroe Elementary, as well as a rising sixth grader at Lincoln Middle. Both of my children were remote only until last few weeks of school last year, and though we did all our best under the circumstances, it's clear to me that in-person learning is what is best for them as long as it's safe. Keeping the mask requirement in place will give students the best chance to learn in person with their teachers and continue their social development with their peers. As COVID-19 cases rise in the city and the vaccination rate remains low, even among those who are eligible to receive it, not yet our elementary age or sixth grade students, I encourage you to continue the mask requirement so that our children and teachers can stay safe, healthy, and together this school year.
Thank you, Ms. Pugh. All right, that will conclude our public comment section. We will ask our clerk to please forward all emails to board members that you can review if you haven't already received them. And we want to thank Mr. Flood and Mr. Glover, and Mr. Luce, and Wooters, and Mr. Wooters, and Ms. Powers, and Ms. Baldwin for coming and sharing with us on tonight. That now moves us to Section D of our board meeting finance report, and this is going to address activity through June 30th, 2021. Dr. Edwards and Ms. Laconich.
This is our regular reporting of our finance report, so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Laconich.
Good evening. As Dr. Coleman stated, this is the report through June 30th. However, I want to stress this is not the final report. We are busily, our department is closing out the fiscal year, which did end June 30th, in preparation for the auditors who are arriving next week. The adjusted budget remains the same. The revenues received to date, we have received 99.17% of our revenues. Our expenditures to date was 95.52%, and the expenditures including encumbrances is 97.85%. I have attached the revenue reports, the standard revenue report and expenditure report. I did want to just go into little detail on the revenue, just to show that, you know, our state revenue was strong, and that's primarily because of the sales tax. Initially, when we had passed this budget, it was 12.3 million was anticipated in sales tax. And then after the special session in October, that was reduced down to about 10.6 million. And then it went back up a little bit to about 12 million, and we're currently saying at over 13 million. So sales tax has been really strong. Same with the federal. We did get our annual Medicaid. That was that one line item we never know if we're going to get. It usually comes in sometimes in June, so that did come in. So that is recorded in this year. And the other areas that I wanted to point out was just the miscellaneous and those charges for services, where you'll see some deficits. It's those items that we have discussed in previous meetings with not having the tuition for adults, the bus rentals, and the facility rentals. On the expenditures, again, on not all of this is not finalized. We are still going through over the open PO report that was currently at 2.3 million to determine where we stand in those purchases. Some of the line items you'll see under the personnel lines are showing over budget, and that is because we did do another funding to the health insurance. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Laconich? We'll start with Dr. Brennan.
Mr. O'Connor, thank you so much for your comments, and you've answered several of my questions here on the federal revenues, and I appreciate that. One is a quick comment, which is under expenditures. I think this is just a typo, but on page 2, at the bottom, total non-instructional operations, it says that the percentage is 199%, which I think is just
It probably is a formula.
Right.
I'll go back and look at that.
That'd be great. And then I'm going to use the excuse of having Mr. Trost, our new member, to once again ask you to explain the E-rate reimbursement, what that is. We've done better this year than last year. Is that something that will continue into next year?
It is something that we have every year. It is more, I'm probably not the person to explain a lot of the specifics because it's IT related. And it is a reimbursement, and we've backed it down because initially we were getting reimbursement for our phone lines, our cell phones, and that was phased out. So as that was phased out, we phased it out as well in our budget. There are things though that the IT department applies for, and as they receive those awards, it shows up here. So we're conservative in our budget, but you're correct, it did come in higher.
So can you help us with that, as far as what the E-rate reimbursement is?
Sure. E-rate is through the FCC, and public school divisions can apply for certain things. There are Category 1 and Category 2. Category 1 applications are your internet connections, so anything that brings internet into your buildings in a K-12 school system, and it can also be like public libraries can apply for this as well. So we, and it's based on a formula from your free and reduced lunch, and Lynchburg City is reimbursed 80%, and we pay the 20% local match. So our internet is basically, we get a reimbursement for our internet expenses. We pay for that, and then the E-rate FCC reimburses us. The Category 2 is a little bit more tricky, and that was telephones, those types of things. They have phased those out, but it can be a lot. It could be servers, switches, things that help support the internet accessibility. It can also be, I think, in this past year, there was a limited amount that could be used to purchase devices to provide during the pandemic. That was a separate application piece. So it's really around it's the communications piece of bringing broadband internet into our schools and into our buildings, and then the pieces of equipment that are necessary for that internet to function.
Great, thank you very much.
You're very
I
welcome.
always have trouble remembering that. I'm using Mr. Trost as an excuse to get that explanation, but thank you very much.
Appreciate it, Dr. Brennan. And I just want a follow-up question. So this is reimbursement from the FCC that we have to apply for these reimbursements?
Yes.
And the IT department applies for these grants?
Yes.
Okay. And so annual basis, annual application?
Annual application.
And the primary basis is the number of students enrolled in the free lunch program or the reduced lunch program?
yes, there's a formula, and you put in your enrollment, you have to, it is a very complicated process and a very complicated application, but you request the things that you need, and you put them out there for bid for 30 days, and then you get vendors that contact you to, round that bid, and potentially, vendors that want your business in terms of that. Then the 30 days closes, and then you have to fill out a second form once you've selected your vendors. You fill it out and you put in all of your enrollment, all of your demographics for each school, and there's a calculation that they use to identify the formula, of which would be the local match, and which is going to be your reimbursement from the FCC. And the formula for Lynchburg in the past couple of years has been at 20% local and 80% E-rate.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Carter?
Mrs. Laconis, just going back to the revenue side with the Medicaid reimbursement, and what are those are for services that students receive for psychiatric services or anything that can be billed to Medicaid, correct? And there's no way for us to really pinpoint how much money we will receive, or do plans change, or?
We actually do know the amount that we're going to receive. The question is when we're going to receive it. And because it's a delay, so we get the quarterly payments. We do a quarterly reimbursement, and those we're able to recognize in the year. However, the annual cost report is delayed, and because it's not current year, we have to recognize it when it's received. So we typically do receive it in June. We have received it as late as November. So it's difficult to spend something hoping that it comes in.
Thank you for that clarification.
Dr. Gupta?
I may have missed on pending encumbrances. Do you know, because you got about $2.2 million positive.
Correct.
Positive variance in your revenue to expenditure. So do you plan to bring a proposal to the board? What do you normally do with that $2.2 million excess in cash?
Now, are you talking about like what you're perceiving to be fund balance?
Yes.
Okay, so the fund balance is actually not a calculation of just your revenue minus your expenditures. It takes into consideration your prior year encumbrances, your prepayments. So it's a calculation behind the scenes that we do when the auditor's on site and we have everything finalized. Right now what we're doing is we're taking the $2.3 million that is in the open POs. We are accruing back what we have received. If we make the payment in July or in the beginning of August, we're able to accrue it back, and it'll fall off of that open PO report. What remains, when the auditors arrive, they will go through and look at the report to make sure they are in agreement that that is something that should be held over for an expenditure next year. So we will be working on that and finalizing that in the next couple weeks. But any excess would come back to the board.
Mr. Harvey, you did? Okay, Dr. Nellis?
Yeah, question on insurance, health insurance transaction. I guess that's down in the administration, attendance, and health. I'm guessing it's not always obvious.
So
on the expense side?
We actually allocate it to accordingly to every health insurance line. In the past, there was like one account number we would charge, but in order for us to adequately to reflect it in all areas, we actually expense it according to every expense account. So you will see that throughout, and that's why you're seeing several of the major categories show those negatives.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Ms. Laconich?
I just might have a clarification on the health insurance. So your line item expense, you have different accounts for it, is that correct? And the different accounts I understand we're a self-funded system, correct?
Correct.
So those line item expenses are actual expenses of the employees of the Lynchburg City School System. Is that separate than the management fee?
It all goes into one. It gets expensed as the employer contribution, and then it goes into a pot. We call it an account that holds the employee contributions, the employer contributions, and that'll pay all claims, including the administrative fees.
Okay. And is there a set employee contribution? You're talking about the co-pays? What is the employee contribution referring to?
That is what their portion of their insurance costs that gets deducted most of the time through their payroll deduction.
And what is that?
It depends on, it's like the dollar amount.
Yeah, or the percentage amount.
It is actually if you, it depends on what coverage you take. So if an employee takes single, they pay $30.80 a month. If they take family, it's $504.90 per month.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lakonich, for answering the questions of the board. If there's no further discussion on this matter, we'll move now to Section E, the consent agenda. And you have items 1 with our school board minutes for July the 13th, 2, the school board work session minutes from July the 20th, 3, our human resource report, and 4, religious exemption with all of the required information provided for the board. What is the pleasure of the board around the consent agenda?
I move approval of the consent agenda.
Ms. Morrison has moved the approval, seconded by Dr. Carter. Any further questions or discussion about the consent agenda? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nellis?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. We're now in Section F, and as the board knows, in our last work session, we made, as a board, appointments to various committees, and those committees are in the process of getting together to meet. And so in Section F, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, I'll simply ask, is there anyone that has anything to share? I would think not at this point, and we look forward to our next meeting. All right, we'll now move to Section G, unfinished business, and the first item, G1, governance policy update 1, Dr. Edwards.
Okay, thank you. The work group met on June 9th. We presented these policies to the school board. This is for second review. This set of policies are up for review from VSBA. Much of it, as I shared last time, is just changes in language, pronouns, putting things in the present tense, and I went over each policy last time, and there's nothing substantial in this set of policies. So unless there are questions.
Any questions for Dr. Edwards? This is coming for action tonight. What is the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve the policies.
Dr. Nellis has made the motion. There's a second by Dr. Carter. Any further questions or discussions? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Mr. Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan? Yes. School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nellis?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. This now moves us to G2, which governing policy update number 2. Dr. Edwards.
Okay, this one we also presented at the last school board meeting, and this one is regarding school board member compensation and benefits, which from the very original policy, we changed to cross out the language that school board members shall not receive compensation, and that was due to the stipend that was approved by both the school board and chair stipend that was approved by both school board and city council. At the last reading, we had the center paragraph, which talks about the health insurance plan being available to school board members, which it is available by code, but we did not have that in our policy. We had moved to include it in the policy, had a discussion, took it out of the policy. So what you have before you is of the last discussion where it was recommended that we keep the top paragraph, which allows for the school board stipend, strike the second paragraph, which talks about the health insurance. So we are bringing that back for a second review and additional discussion.
All right, you've heard from the superintendent in relationship to BHD, School Board Member Compensation and Benefits. And what we're doing here is firming up a policy. And so at this time, is there any discussion on this particular matter that is coming to us for action? Dr. Gupta.
The policy as presented to us was no strikeouts in the first read.
Correct. When we had the first reading, and let me explain the timing. So the policy work group met on June 9th. The board took action on June 15th at the work session, so when we brought this policy back on July 3rd, if I have all my dates, or whatever our July meeting was, 13th, it was the recommendation from the work group, which did not take into consideration the vote that the school board made at the work session. So we brought the policy as the work group represented it, and at that meeting, it was discussed that the school board had voted at a previous work session not to allow the health insurance, and that when this policy came back for second review, that language should be taken out of the policy. So that's where you have it right now.
And that meeting that the superintendent is referring to was July the 20th.
Thank you.
Dr. Gupta.
I propose that we take the strikeout out. That's my motion on the floor. If somebody wants a second, it's fine, but.
Okay, let's take a deep breath, because first of all, this policy is coming to us for action. I want to make sure that is clear. But then I also want to make sure, and we'll of course ask our school board attorney for any help that we need. We have never voted on this policy since we've had the discussion. So if the second piece has been excised because of the previous discussion, do we need a main motion first and then amend that, or are we going to entertain Dr. Gupta's request for a motion to put it in the policy that it never was in the first place, but got in there because of previous actions of the board, and now it's being taken out because of a budgetary matter from a previous meeting? I just want to make sure I'm clear. The chair is willing to entertain the motion. I just want to make sure we're in order.
It's been presented with the strikeout as to the health insurance, so I would act on what's before the board tonight.
In the first reading, there was no strikeout, what we read in the work session. There was no
Correct.
strikeout. It was.
But what was before the board tonight, though, is this form in this format.
So why it has changed between the first read and this? So first reading is what you carry over for action item.
And as far as procedure, that's something that Roberts doesn't speak to. I think that as far as what's presented tonight, you all can vote however you like as far as what is included or not included in this, because boards always have the right to add information or take out information. So you would make a motion based on the language that you would like to see within this policy.
So if the chair could, and then I want to yield first to hear Dr. Sinha and Dr. Gupta, I would think that if we could get a motion for what is presented to us tonight, get that on the floor, and then if there's an amendment to that motion, then that, to me, would make it in order in terms of parliamentary procedure, if there's an amendment with a second. That's just my thoughts right now. Dr. Sinha.
Yeah, I was just trying to get clarification on what the points of order are.
Yeah.
Whether it's, if we vote this as presented with the strikeout up or down, and then move accordingly, either to craft a new policy or whatever we decide to do.
All right, so that I can move us along, I sense that the clearest way to do this is to get a motion on the floor.
I believe Dr. Gupta did make a motion.
Oh, she did, okay, go.
To, with the policy, with the strikeouts removed. That was his motion.
So that is his motion, all right.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. It has been moved and seconded that we will now discuss BHD with paragraph 2 included. The board is open for discussion.
Let me, I'm the new guy, so I get the pass, okay? I guess, please. I apologize if this is redundant. I'm a little lost, quite frankly. My understanding is this particular issue had been before the board before and voted on, and now it's before the board again. So I guess that, and I'm seeing Dr. Edwards shake her head no. So it's, but Has a vote been taken upon this issue? Am I understanding was the
Not
vote?
the policy.
Not the policy.
Policy.
Not, okay, what was the vote on?
And as we go, because I want to just do this, just a second. The chair will recognize people during this section only because I know it's a lot that people want to say, and so that we can just respect each other. I'll just identify. Everybody will get a chance to speak as much as they want to speak. So, Dr. Edwards, could you respond to?
Certainly.
Mr. Trost?
So this is the first time that the policy given permission for both stipend and health insurance is being presented to the board for a final vote. We presented it for first reading, no voting. But this is the first time that the policy, so as we sit here right now, the current policy is in place, which does not allow for any kind of compensation. So if we take no action, the current policy sits, which is the one that doesn't take any action. The vote was something different about putting the funding in health insurance. Should we change the policy and allow board members to have health insurance?
Thank you. Now I have clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well-
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Dr. Brennan?
Dr. Irvin, can you also clarify this? Because I thought at our last meeting when we discussed this, because of the chronology that you pointed out, that we had said that paragraph really should be struck because the board had decided that we were not going to do that. So we asked you to cross that out, bring it back to us in that form, because that was what the will of the board was. And that's why
Correct.
it's come back in this form.
Correct. And that's not unusual that we bring a policy to you for first reading and we have discussion and you'll say, well, make these changes and bring it back to us, or go back and review and get some additional information. And at that meeting where we first presented this for first reading, no action, the discussion was around the board voted at the previous meeting not to fund health insurance for board members. The group was bringing a policy that allows it, but the board had previously voted. So that was the discussion about strike that paragraph, bring it back to us. We will review it again, and then we will vote.
Dr. Gupta?
So let me take it chronologically. You said the board voted not to fund it. I think that's not the, board voted to fund it. We went to city council to approve the budget with the funding in there. City council approved the funding for this money in the budget. When the budget came back for the final approval with us, then we voted against it, not knowing that Bedford County has this policy in place for years, not knowing Campbell County has this policy in place for years, not knowing Nelson County has this policy in place for years, not knowing Campbell County has this policy in place for years. Only place which doesn't have is Appomattox County. Now, the point is, and then the issue came up, should it be appointed or elected? So if you look at Amherst, they put this policy in place when they were appointed board. Then they became an elected board. So it was such a lousy policy, they would have taken it out. They did not. And these are some of the most conservative boards you have around. And they have that policy in place. So we always talk about Lynchburg leads. Here we are lagging the local communities. So to say the funding was not there, funding is there. Funding was there prior to city council approving our budget. Funding has been asked to be removed after the city council voted on it, after they fought for it back and forth. And we went, and Dr. Brennan, you were there in the city council meeting defending this policy and this funding. And so it was left there as a line item. But in the June 20th, correct me if I'm the late.
June 15th. June 15th meeting.
It was, the motion was brought in, and motion was brought in with a blind side to the chair. There was nobody knowing that the motion is coming. And people call it a perfect storm, so be it, but then it was voted to take out. And at that time, somebody must have known that all these surrounding counties have it. So, addition of additional information, and Attorney Trost knows it better than I do, even gives you a legroom in the appellate court when your lawyers bring in additional information for a hearing. And that's what this is all about. The information has come in since then. AG's opinion in 1998 in a lawsuit with the Colonial Heights School District against the school board member was, if the funding is there with the appropriating body, the school board members can have insurance. That's number one. Number two, school board members are not employees, they're officers, and they're eligible to have it. And I have those documentation, if you'd like to see a copy of that. So in light of that, it's perfectly legal to have it. But my point is, none of those things, at least to me, came forward prior to, during that discussion. It was just simply remove it out as if it's just some plague sitting in our budget. We need to take it out, otherwise the whole budget will be damaged. And self-funding or not so self-funding, the point is that our loss ratios have been within the limit. So in essence, when you take this out, what you're telling me is, Atul Gupta, if you join Lynchburg City School as a custodian or as a deputy superintendent or superintendent, you're too damaged good because you'll take too much on my insurance. You see what I'm saying? So the subliminal message which that vote sent to the Lynchburg City employees was personally unacceptable to me, because everybody is welcome, irrespective of their health conditions. It's illegal to ask somebody what your pre-existing conditions are. It's illegal to make a judgment on somebody's health conditions. So keeping all those in mind, that's why I put this motion forward, because the actions of ours are in line with what is out there in all these surrounding towns.
Dr. Brennan?
Mr. Chair and Attorney Towns, please help me with this process, which is that I think what we're dealing with currently is this policy, which is the policy statement that we talked about, and in the agenda, under new business 221, 222 Lynchburg City Schools, is the motion that Dr. Gupta has brought to us to consider funding health insurance for school members. So that is on the agenda to be discussed. Unfortunately, this policy, it was in the order that it is, and I think there was an attempt to maybe change the order earlier, which wasn't successful. So if we accept this policy, which I think is based upon the will of the board, and we then go on to new business item number 1 and have the discussion which you are initiating, and we decide we do want to fund it, I assume we then have to come back to this policy to do it again, to fix it, if we decide to do that. So we're just voting on this policy. This is not defining, this is not your motion. That is on the agenda, and I can't wait for the discussion. I think this is just doing this policy, and if we decide later to make a change, we will have to come back to this policy.
So if you're going, that doesn't make sense to me. Help me out. To me, what you're saying is, if somebody is decided to vote yes for my rescinding motion, they will vote no anyway on this one, because they are to go hand in hand. So to me, you can move that item ahead. There could be an amendment to my motion to move that item ahead of this, because they go hand in hand. If you're agreeing with this motion, you're both basically saying that you'll be agreeing to a motion to rescind, which I put out as a notice before, as long as I get a second. I don't have a second yet.
I appreciate the discussion, but the motion on the floor is relative to the policy with the inclusion of what was excised in paragraph 2. And I think that we have to keep that before us at this time. And other things will come as they may. Dr. Nellis?
Yeah, there's two issues. One way would be to defer consideration of this motion until after the budget item. The other is they're two separate things. One is a policy, what do we put in place, whether we allow health insurance or not. The other is, do we fund health insurance this year or not?
Very true.
So,
Well said. Dr. Sinha?
That gets back to the question I asked last time. Let's suppose you get a second on this to keep the second paragraph in,
He does.
okay? Does that obligate us then to budget for it?
Yes.
Is it a requirement?
No, it does.
Or is it just allow it?
It does and it doesn't, but it doesn't because we still have a motion that was passed 8-1 to take it out of the budget, even though the money is still there. Mr. Carnage can speak to that. So it's complicated. I was trying to help us uncomplicate this matter.
Yeah.
But be so
yeah.
as it may.
I just wanted clarity on that point. If we're not obligated to do it, then that clears it up.
I don't need to repeat what I said. Because that's what I was trying to say. These are two
Different.
issues and they're independent. So
But they're
we
related.
can change the policy to allow for health insurance for board members and still maintain that we're not going to fund it this year. So even if you want it, there's not money for it.
That's true.
And so next year there would be a separate decision whether you want to
That's true.
allocate funding, but
Thank
does
you.
not, voting in favor of the motion as it currently stands does not obligate you to vote for rescission.
That is true. All right. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak on the motion to put the second paragraph back into the policy, which is separate from the decision that we made on June the 15th?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, I'll yield to Mr.
Thank you.
Rose.
Let me understand, this is a policy that we as a board are voting on as it exists today. Are we voting on to take this language out, the stricken language out? Oh, okay. No or yes?
The
Are we going to vote on the policy as it's in front of me here with the language stricken?
what we're doing now is the motion is to put what was stricken, to use your language, back in what is being proposed. Because the current BHD that's on record as of May 7th, 2019, doesn't include stipends, it doesn't include health insurance, it only has the third paragraph and what was in red still in print.
Okay.
So the policy today only includes the last two paragraphs. Am I correct, Doctor?
Correct.
So that's what we have before.
And that's what I understand. And then, so we want to change the policy so that this organization, which even though it's appointed, it's a volunteer, we want to be given some type of stipend that comes out of the city school board budget to pay us money to be here, that we agreed to be a volunteer basis.
That's correct. That's what, and the motion that Dr. Gupta has before us with a second is that we are rewriting VHD, if you favor this motion, to include not only the first paragraph of the stipends, but that that you would have the option to participate in the health insurance plan of the school division. Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to speak. I will be voting against my colleague's motion. I know why I'm here. From the time I was asked to consider serving on the school board, I have known why I'm here. I am here for our students and our staff who support them. I'm not here for personal, political, or individual gain. This policy, as presented to fund a perk for the school board members, in no way benefits our students or the staff that support them. In fact, it may even cause further hardship upon them. What is before this body is a motion to approve a policy and later a desire to budget close to $75,000 of school monies to pay, as I understand it, premiums for individual school board members and their families through our health care policy. Approximately $7,000 per family and approximately $6,500 for individuals. But the $75,000 is not the real cost. The other cost is much more hidden because LCS is self-insured. Each board member and their family, each doctor visit, each hospital stay, each procedure is paid for out of LCS funds, not some unnamed conglomerate insurance company. LCS funds received from taxpayer dollars, and more importantly, as we've stated earlier, LCS staff member premiums. In fact, since my time on the board, we've had to struggle with decisions about how we plan and budget to keep our health care funds solvent. As we heard tonight, we had to add additional funding for that, without adding burden to our staff. The staff for I-1 support, the staff that I do not want to be faced with being asked to raise their premiums to keep the fund solvent, because we want to add a perk for the school board. As is, even rising healthcare costs will require us to re-examine our budget yearly and possibly allocate more monies to sustain our system. Heaven forbid that we need to consider raising premiums on our staff. The action that is before us today very likely could make that happen. Health care for school board members does not help students. And this action may even cause additional burdens on our staff to carry additional costs simply to add health care for school board members. I urge each member of this body to re-examine their motives on this issue. Why are you here? If you vote to provide health care for yourselves, I ask you to re-examine how you will look at further actions regarding our LCS policies regarding health care. How will you look at our budget in the future? Next year, when we develop our budget, if we now add these costs for school board members to have this perk, and City Council requires this body to maintain level funding, or even worse, cuts our budget, how will you vote? Will you cut funding for your perk? Or will you cut staff? Will you cut a bus? Will you cut building maintenance? How can you honestly weigh the responsibilities of these decisions against your own providing perk? I know why I am here. I am here to vote my conscience for the betterment of our students and to support our staff. Why are you here? And does your vote on this issue reflect that? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey, and I appreciate it. Very well put together. I should have in the beginning, and I'm going to yield, if I could, the maker of the motion and the person who gave the second to the motion, if you would like to address what Mr. Harvey said, and then Ms. Morrison just raised her hand and we'll go immediately to her.
No, with all due respect, fear-mongering doesn't work well. You can create fear in people's mind. That doesn't take you away from the facts. The facts of the matter is this board on an 8-1 vote approved $3.1 million in new positions from CARES funding, knowing very well that there will be no money after 3 years. So what would you tell those employees who will be hired and laid off after 3 years? Where was all that emotional speeches at that time telling those employees, guess what? I'm voting for it, and now you will not have a job 3 years from down the road. Those who talk about funding, last year when we voted for $39 million of funding from the city to make it level funding, people were out there, I want $42 million. So here you are asking for $3 million, which city doesn't have. City doesn't have. Where do you think that money was coming from? Was there a printing machine out there which will publish that money? And number three, there's nobody forcing any board member to take this insurance or stipend. There's an option to opt out. There's no, that you're not automatically subscribed. I am for one is not taking stipend. I am for the one is not directing the taxpayer money to fund LCS Education Foundation. Those who are speaking up needs to come out in public. Are they using, instead of writing their private checks to fund scholarships, they're using their stipend and say, guess what, take the $2,500 and take it for the stipend. So there's an opt-out. And opt-out is what I asked for when initially, very first time when this policy was brought in front of us, I said, I'll vote for it if there's an opt-out. And opt-out means I can sign off, but it doesn't keep somebody else taking it. And that's my logic today, and that was my logic then. And that's the logic which I tell to every future current employees of LCS.
Dr. Carter?
Well, I've just been considering and wondering why we are straining at the 66,000 and like you're straining and then swallowing a camel. Because regarding buses, that's $430-some thousand. talking about staff increases. If we did all of that, it'll be $1.7 million or $1.4 million, I believe, just to do increases. So the fear factor is not the right way to go. This is funding that is possible. You can take it or you can't. That's always been the choice. You have an option. You can elect to do the insurance or you don't have to. You can elect to do the stipend or you don't have to. But Lynchburg has been behind. Yes, we were volunteers, but for the amount of time and energy that we put in, I don't see that it's anything illegal to have some compensation and or to be eligible for the insurance. Doesn't mean that anyone's going to take it, but it's there if that's an option. But a lot of people said they're not going to take it, so that's fine. But as to me to try to figure out who's going to take it and how much it's going to cost, as Dr. Gupta said, we have to look at the optics. So are other people or individuals that may want to come and work at LCS saying, well, if I come and I may have some pre-existing conditions, or maybe they will look at us and say, this, I'm going to be a burden to the insurance. 9 people, and I've talked to other
I'm going to do it.
CSBs. I've talked to other college, school boards, and it doesn't seem to be a burden, or I haven't heard that. But again, too, it's difficult to get the information because this is information that's not readily given out.
Before Ms. Morrison speaks, I've heard 2 numbers. Ms. LaConis, can you clear the air? Mr. Harvey mentioned a total of 75,000, and Dr. Carter just mentioned around 66,000. What was the actual projected budget amount that we were discussing?
So what went into the budget, it was, because the board approved the 7% increase on top of the premiums, it was a little bit higher, but it was $63,688 that was put into the board budget for health insurance, $3,024 for dental, and $242 for vision.
Let the record reflect that after. Ms. Morrison?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Follow up on that number. The numbers that you've provided us, that's the cost of, is that the cost of the management of the program?
No,
Or is that the total cost? Because my understanding, we're a self-insured organization. So that $66,000 is a minimal entry point. There could be additional expenditures, God forbid someone get very ill. So the $66,000 is just the price of entry, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. So that is the, I'm sorry.
And then there's additional expense borne by the Lynchburg City school system of any medical expenses. Is that true?
Correct. So the contribution from the employer plus if the board took it, but the board member paid in, those would go into the pot of money to fund all the administrative and medical pharmacy claims. We do have a stop loss that per person, per member, covered member, it's a $300,000. And after that, our reinsurance would take over. So there is a cap of $300,000 per member.
Thank you.
Ms. Morrison?
All right, thank you. I've prepared a few comments. First, I want to apologize to the LCS community for having to listen to this discussion again on health benefits for LCS board members. We must appear as fish out of water with the number of times some of us have flipped and flopped at our vote for various reasons. I am asking that this be the final time that we discuss this topic, no matter what the outcome is. We need to focus our priorities on the health and safety of our students and staff. We must focus on accelerating academic achievement for all students, and we must focus on providing the salary and benefits that our employees deserve. I've heard some opinions that the benefit of health insurance for the LCS board is a matter of equity, a way in enticing to volunteer as an LCS board member. First of all, I truly do not care about what the counties around us do. We are an appointed board, period. We are not elected to our positions. I also believe that the recruiting of anyone to volunteer for Lynchburg City School Board is not our job. We do not appoint ourselves. It is a function of our city council, and I feel that they do it well. I have been told that there are some council members who are disappointed that we did not vote in an 8-to-1 vote to support this line item that we included in the budget. If equity is an issue on the LCS board, it is not. It is up to city council to be the solution. They have the ability to generate revenue to cover the risk and costs associated with this. We do not. In fact, the only way we could cover rising costs of benefits if this is passed would be to reduce expenses in other areas. Since the majority of our revenue is invested in personnel, the reduction of staff in our benefits would, I think, significantly impact our LCS community and students. I cannot support this. Most importantly, I do agree that this is a matter of equity and optics, but it is one of equity for our employees who work full-time for this benefit, for our 57 part-time employees who do not have health benefits, and who work more in a day than most of us do on board business in a week. And for our employees who simply cannot afford their part of a premium, whether it's a single or a family. They pay over $500 for a family. The school system pitches in the rest of it. That is the equity issue we should be discussing. The stipend is different. It is a slightly over $2,000 one time that you can choose to take. Health benefits are not. We pay the full family premium. The school person would put, the school board member would also put in money. It would cover it would amount to about $13,000, but the possible cost to our school system is up to $300,000 per person. That's the stopgap. That's an issue, an expense, and I'm not willing to test. More importantly, this benefit could continue after a school board member leaves the board because of COBRA, continuation of benefits. They would surely pay the full $13,000 average, but the stopgap loss would still be stopgap would still be at $300,000. I am voting no on health care benefits for board members. We are not full-time employees who deserve this. If this is passed, we have created a privilege for board members and created an equity divide with our employees.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison, and I'm going to reserve the right to speak at this moment, and I'll come right to you, Mr. Harvey. I am wanting to make sure that this board is listening to a document by the Attorney General that differentiates school board members as officers and not employees. Whether we choose to want to consider that document or not, it needs to be understood that at a much higher level of thought, this matter, through legal minds and elected officials across this Commonwealth, differentiated employees from officers. I also want to acknowledge that as one individual board member, I invest countless hours in what I do, prior to being chair and chair as each of you do. And board members' lives matter also. This is not fake world. There's pressure. All of our distinguished friends, and you all have done a remarkable job tonight in demonstrating your thoughts and concerns in a very positive way. It's a lot of pressure in this job. A lot. And so our state code and individuals across this Commonwealth have acknowledged that school board members matter also. So for me, this is not an issue of us versus them. It is an issue of school board value. Yesterday, I had the privilege of being in Washington, D.C., and I'll be very brief and we'll get right to Mr. Harvey. And this week, many of you know, it will be the 56th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act. And I had an opportunity to spend some considerable time with Lucy Baines Johnson on yesterday, the daughter of the 36th President of the United States, Lyndon Baines Johnson. And she quoted from Plato, "Fear reacts, courage decides. Fear excludes, courage includes." Her dad knew that fear had created a reaction to not turn a bill into law around something as simple as voting for the very matters in which it appears this board is concerning itself with. And so in 1965, the year I was born, President Johnson had the courage to decide to not exclude but include, and to sign into law now what is in tremendous jeopardy in 2021. Very peacefully, we are having conversation. But I am appalled that our board is not able to see that this is not a matter of employee versus officer. This is about respecting the right of school board members. And so I will be supporting this because it is akin to countless issues that we are facing in this nation and locally, where it appears we find more reasons to exclude than we do to include those who we do not always understand. And if, in fact, this was a problem statewide, there would be suits and all types of reversal of decisions. That is not happening anywhere in Virginia around health insurance option for school board members. I stand for the countless people in this community. This board has the decision-making power to impact a school division that has countless number of students from various diverse backgrounds. And on this board, if there are individuals who understand that regardless of their color, great. But that is not a guarantee. Everyone deserves a right at the table, and just because they may or may not have the means as I have, should not exclude them. I am very, very disappointed that Lynchburg City School Board is making an issue about something that apparently is no issue anywhere in the Commonwealth. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I want to be clear that I will be voting against this policy simply because of the change that my colleague has offered. I, for one, support the stipend. I have all along and will continue to. I will comment on the fact that this may be legal, but it is not right. I will also state that I have voted to increase our budget for additional staff, for additional materials, for all the things that are for our students and that support our staff. And I will continue to do that. And I will go to City Council and I will fight for that budget when that time comes. But I cannot go to City Council and fight for monies to go toward premiums and costs for the members of this board. I would support if we want to make a resolution to offer to City Council to allow them to decide if we get health insurance and allow them to put it in their budget. But I do not feel that we have the authority to take monies that have been appropriated for our students and our staff and apply them to ourselves. It may be legal, but it is not right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. All right, anyone who hasn't spoken yet, Dr. Nellis?
Yeah, I had considered this pretty much a prudential matter. I disagreed with how it was brought forward to the board from the beginning. I think it wasn't handled like it should have been. It should have really just been gone to city council and say, hey, this is what we want to do. We didn't do that. Okay, so I'm not going to support it. I wouldn't say I'm appalled at the hyperbole around this table this evening, but I am dismayed because this is, like I said, this is just a prudential matter from my point of view. So let's call the vote.
All right, Dr. Nellis has called the question. Is there any further discussion? All right, then Dr. Gupta, then Dr. Brennan.
Point of order, are we going to go around and just kind of keep going around and around? Or, I mean, the motion was made, there's been enough discussion in favor, it's, I think, haven't spoken.
I would appreciate that we wrap up our thoughts and reflections. The board, as the chair, I've been very interested in making sure everyone who has not spoken has had an opportunity to do so. And if there are repeat speakers, I would encourage you to make your final statements, please. First of all, Dr. Sinha, would you like to speak to this matter?
No.
All right, I think that's the only one who hasn't spoken. All right, Dr. Gupta. You haven't spoken yet?
No.
Okay, we'll start with you, Dr. Brennan, and then Dr. Gupta.
So I had plans to make comments at the point in our agenda we were going to talk about the budget, but I'm assuming that we're having this conversation now, and what comes out of this vote related to this policy will then carry over, and we'll not have a second conversation. Is that fair? Perfect. Yes. Good. First of all, I want to start by saying I respect every member of this board, and I know that every member has the right thing in their mind as far as doing what's right for kids, doing what's right for the schools, and I think that's, goes without saying. I also want to say that I am not going to take part of the stipend, I'm not going to take part of the health insurance, so I'm coming from that angle also. I have three concerns that I want to comment on. One is that I'm very concerned about the way this whole policy has been handled by the school board. As already been suggested by Ms. Morrison, I think this thing has been bounced around many times. I think that when we first, we did not vet this appropriately initially. Talking about the details about the financial risk to LCS for catastrophic medical conditions. We didn't talk about the fact that the budget was going to be budgeted for all school board members as compared to my impression was it was just going to be the ones who needed it. Again, I don't think that was the administration problem. I think that was the board not looking at it closely and taking the time to do it. I'm concerned about the optics of this decision, primarily the optic of the fact that, as been said, that we have employees at Lynchburg City Schools who do not have health insurance, and I think it's a bad optic that we're talking about doing this for the school board. But I have to then say that the most important concern that I have is that this proposal started as an initiative to increase the diversity of this board by offering health insurance to potential board members who may want to apply for a position on the board but are economically disadvantaged and therefore unable to purchase or access health care. The proposal had strong support from the majority of the board at that time, including the fact that when we went to city council, we stood there and said, this is why we wanted to do that. There was a pretty strong support. I'd like to return to that conversation to say that we need to strive to have a diverse board. More than 50% of our students are African American, and a significant number of those students live in an economically disadvantaged household. If we can attract more individuals from families to apply to be board members, we're making our board better, we're making our schools better, and we're making those families better. And whether we like it or not, we do have funds available for 2021, 2022, for this year, for health insurance for school board members who are currently on the board, and I think that's a good idea to use those funds for those board members. Finally, I'm not naive enough to assume that this one policy will end up diversifying our board or is a step in the right direction to tell all members of our community, but it is a step in the right direction to tell all members of our community that regardless of race or economic status, that we recognize their potential to contribute to our schools in a meaningful way. Therefore, I will vote in favor of the motion to keep that second paragraph in place, understanding that we will look at the effect it will have on our budget, we'll look at the effect it will have on our board, and also that we'll look in the future about obtaining health insurance for all of our employees, including those who are part-time, so that everyone can have health insurance in Lynchburg City Schools. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. Dr. Gupta.
In terms of risk, we all know stop-loss insurance. When I came on board, Mr. Lakanis, correct me if I'm wrong, we explored the option to reduce our threshold from 350 to 100, 150, different slab rates so we don't carry risk. And the answer from administration was we don't have very many claims above $100,000 and it's not worth the additional premium to reduce the threshold for stop loss. You go to any self-funded insurance, they all have stop loss. Stop loss is designed not to get your budget into gutter. That's the Lynchburg City School has about 1,000 employees. I work for a school which has like 200, 250 people on the health insurance. The risk pool is a lot more older people, so I can go on and on. My point is stop loss insurance was designed to cover the risk. And we have stop loss insurance. We decided not to reduce the threshold. That was the district's decision at that time. I think Ms. Morrison was chair at that time. We looked into Mr. Beckles, so you were the CFO. We looked at the possibility of reducing the threshold to reduce our risk. And the decision was made to keep it as it is because we don't have very many claims about 100,000. There's nothing stopping us revisiting it if the employee or anybody else's claim go up, but we have a stop loss at 350 right now.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. If Dr. Nillis's thoughts are my thoughts, if there's no further questions or discussion, the motion on the floor is to include in VHD the new proposal, which is to have paragraph 1, 2, and 3 with the school board member shall receive no compensation being excised. That's why it's in red. If you vote yes, that means you are in favor of the motion to put paragraph 2 back in and take the school board shall no compensation out. All right, if you vote no, that means you would like it to stay as it is without the health insurance in. So yes is in favor of Dr. Gupta's motion, no is not supported. Everybody clear on how we're voting? All right, Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
No.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
No.
School Board Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nullis?
No.
School Board Member Dr. Sinhai?
This is one of the hardest votes I've taken, but after today's discussion, I think I have to say no.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Five noes, 4
Oh,
yes.
you didn't get Harvey.
I'm sorry. School Board Mr. Harvey, I stopped right there. I'm sorry.
I'm honored to say no.
All right, the motion is defeated, and we will now entertain a motion to embrace VHD with paragraph 1, no paragraph 2, paragraph 3 included, and the school board member shall receive no compensation being taken out. Mr. Harvey,
Mr. Chair, I so move.
is there a second to Mr. Harvey's motion?
I second.
Been moved and properly seconded that VHD would be presented as stated with paragraph 1, no paragraph 2, paragraph 3, and the school board member shall receive no compensation taken out, which will, effective today, will replace our existing VHD. If you're in favor, you say yes. If you're not in favor, you vote no. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I'm sorry.
Oh, discussion, yes, thank you.
So what we're voting on at this point, and I apologize for it, can you just repeat that once again, please?
You're voting on VHD that you see on paper as is.
So the current policy does not allow for board stipends.
Correct.
So that's what this does.
And if you're voting for
If you're voting for the motion, then you're voting for what's presented with the underlined added, the middle second paragraph, which is struck through, so that'll be deleted, and then the bottom red line through area, that's in the current policy, and that will be deleted.
No is no compensation.
So there's two. What you'll end up with is paragraph 1 and paragraph 3 in there will be the new policy.
If you vote yes.
If you vote
Correct.
yes.
All right, any other questions? All right, Madam Clerk, one more time. If you vote yes, you are voting for VHD as is. If you vote no, then that means that you're not in support of VHD as it is. All right, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
School Board Member Trost?
No.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
No.
School Board Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
No.
School Board Member Dr. Nillis?
Yes.
School Board.
Point of clarity, Mr. Trost, your point?
Okay, so if you're voting yes, that means you're voting no compensation?
If you vote yes, you are voting for school board stipends. You are voting for what was already in the policy in paragraph 3, and to take out the line saying school board members shall receive no compensation.
This is a policy that allows stipends.
So if I vote no, you don't want compensation.
No, it means you
No.
don't want to allow it for
I
anybody.
don't want to allow, yes.
Or you don't support the policy as it is presented.
My vote stands.
All right, so can you start over again, Madam Clerk, please?
School Board Member Dr. Trost?
No.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
No.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
No.
School Board Member Dr. Nillis?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
No.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
4 yeses to 5 noes.
What?
Point of
5
order.
yeses to 4 noes.
So it
All right.
passes.
So, all right, we've come a long way with that. VHD is approved with the compensations being added, and we will have a conversation with Dr. Edwards and Ms. LaConna's personnel, how we go forward with that. All right, thank you very much. We will now move on to the next item in our agenda, which is new business H1, the 2021-2022 Lynchburg City School budget. And this is a discussion now based upon a motion that was filed with the chair in harmony with the parliamentary procedures for a rescinding of a vote that was taken on June the 15th to take out, well, to not utilize the money in the budget for health insurance. So this is coming to us before us tonight for action, discussion, information. Dr. Edwards, if you could explain to us what the possibilities of this in light of what we decided with G2.
Okay, so if you vote to yes for this motion, you are in effect overturning your previous vote, which was not to fund the health insurance. So by overturning that, you're reverting back to your approval of the budget where you did fund the health insurance. So now there's money, if you vote yes for this, there's money to fund health insurance, but your previous vote on the policy does not allow you, you have no eligibility for it. Make sense?
Okay, yes. So Dr. Gupta is filed a motion to rescind. That would need a second.
So clarify this again. So what are we doing here? What is this?
What you're doing, I think Ms. Morrison raised a valid point earlier. We're going back and forth. But the agenda, the reason why I presented this earlier is to avoid this awkwardness. That's why I brought it to you. So now what we're still stating to you is that in the same meeting, this matter, which a parliamentary procedure allows, we come back to the same issue indirectly, which then may make us have to go back to the other unless the motion to rescind does not get a second, or in getting a second, the motion fails. So in order for us to have a discussion on this, a motion that was filed by Dr. Gupta, it would require a second. And as the chair, typically I would not give a second. But Dr. Gupta?
You know, in light of the policy change, I'll withdraw my motion because
Thank you.
I don't think there's any meaning to it because this board had decided that they're not going to support that inclusivity you talked about.
Thank you.
Good.
All right. So stated. Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for that, and I reluctantly support that notion. H2, CI committee membership for 2021-22. Dr. Edwards.
Absolutely. Each year for our advisory committees, the various committees present a slate of individuals to represent the Special Education Advisory Committee. Ms. Janine Daniels-Bosher is here. She serves as the liaison for the advisory committee, and she has the list before you for action.
Dr. Coleman, Dr. Edwards, the board. What you have before you under state regulations, every year for students with disabilities requires the Lynchburg City School Board to appoint the School Board Advisory Committee. You all have the list before you. There are a couple of to be determined. There were some people that agreed and then have backed out, so we're working on finding some replacements for them, and we'll have those names at the work session on the 20th.
Any discussion on the matter? All right, this is information, and so thank you, Janine Daniels-Bosher, for your fine work. Dr. Sinha?
So, I'm sorry. Can you let us know where the vacancies exist? Because we might know people who would have a vested interest.
It's on the sheet.
Okay, it's there, okay.
It
gotcha.
says to be determined.
Okay. The last time I looked, there was just one. Okay.
All right.
Fine, thank you, thank you.
All right.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. All right, H3, the mask policy and mask in schools. And this is coming to us tonight for action. Dr. Edwards.
Absolutely. So our current policy is a mandatory mask policy, and until we take action otherwise, we are still under the mandatory mask policy. So therefore, we have that up for discussion. You do know that of late, with the governor's state of emergency ending, that has been deemed a local control in terms of what school boards want to do with regard to mask policies. So what you have before you is a revision which takes away the mandatoriness, however, also leaves an option to have masks, enforce masks at whatever level the board and this school administration, superintendent, decide is appropriate. It has been mentioned that our counties have made decisions regarding that, and it's also, I should also mention that our counties also have similar provisions that allow superintendents to work with their school boards to make necessary adjustments going forward as needed. And part of the reason for that recommendation is not to have one person to make a decision. Certainly do not want to make that decision or any decisions like that unilaterally by myself. However, as we've seen over the past year, particularly when some of the restrictions started to relax and we were a little slow in the, are we moving from the 14-day count to the 7-day count? Are we making these changes? The current policy would require that we have to call a board meeting to make any action. The board would have to take a full vote to do that, rather than having the board inform the superintendent and provide guidance, which is what this policy is suggesting, rather than having the board vote every time we need to make an adjustment to to shut down a school to go remote, should we need to do that like we did in the fall, or to make adjustments in our wearing of masks or not wearing of our masks. And it is similar, I've talked to my colleagues, it is similar to things that are going on in the counties. So there's two parts to this. One part is to just deal with the policy in terms of moving forward. The second part is, what do we do as of tomorrow when we go back to school, or as of when, BAS is already in right now, they're still in the policy. But what are our next steps? So similar to the last, there is an authority piece to it, and then there's a discussion piece to it that we also need to have tonight that says, what are we going to do in Lynchburg City Schools, and how are we going to do that? I will also remind the board, last year when we were dealing with the pandemic on multiple levels, and looking at our decisions, that we did have metrics that were both city metrics that we used, and they were LCS metrics that we used, and we are going to have a discussion about those metrics this year going forward.
All right, so the action item, before the chair recognizes Dr. Gupta, the action item before us tonight, Dr. Edwards, I just need to be clear in my mind, is what?
The action item is on the policy, and I will read, which would give allows the superintendent or superintendent's designee to monitor and develop protocols and guidance in regard to masks and face coverings for all staff, students, visitors, and vendors in LCS. And it also includes any children in our child care programs. That is the action that you're taking. But I do want to be clear with this community, because there was some messaging that said that the board would be abdicating their responsibility in turning this over to me, which is not what the board is doing in terms of abdicating their responsibility. I absolutely depend on the board. And also, as you noted, we put out a community survey too, just to get information from our staff, students, families, and community members who may not have students or in our LCS schools. So I do want to go on public record that says there is no way, and we have never, in all of the decisions that we made up until this point, whether it was remote learning, whether it was one school, we had a high absenteeism, we needed to make a call. This board has always been involved, informed, and part of the discussion, and never abdicating their responsibility to help govern the schools in this way. So.
All right, Dr. Gupta, then Dr. Sinha.
So a few minutes ago, I heard, I don't care what the counties are doing. Now I'm hearing we are doing it because the counties have it.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's all.
No.
I wanted to address something that the public brought to our attention about the counties, and also information that we've heard. I do talk to my county counterparts in terms of what's going on. We do share the Central Health Division data and statistics. I am no way making a decision based on what our counties are doing. I'm making decisions, and with your assistance and guidance, based on our community and our community of schools.
The second issue I had was, we meet twice a month, so why is it so important to change the policy and put it in superintendent's hand? Do you think the action will be required within that 2-week period when we are not in session?
Next day.
Many of the decisions that, especially when the CDC changes guidance overnight and makes a recommendation, and we experienced this when one of the changes was when the vaccine came out. So the rules changed for vaccinated folks, so we had to adjust our protocols accordingly, which we have in LCS to adjust our protocols. The rules changed for testing. We had a big 14-day window, and then it collapsed to a 7-day window. And often community members, when they hear this, they would like action rather soon. And you can imagine if we take action tonight and tomorrow, everything gets flipped up. I'm calling you all for a board meeting because I don't think the community is going to want to wait 2 weeks to make changes to reflect necessary action.
They shouldn't have to.
Dr. Sinha?
So on that point, to clarify, because it is a fast-moving situation, Mother Nature has thrown us curve after curve after curve with this, particularly this latest Delta variant. And I respect Mother Nature. In those instances, if the superintendent saw fit to say we need to do all masks, but we, as a board, disagreed at our next meeting, we could override the decision of the superintendent and impose our will on the schools. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is correct.
And is it clear in the language of this that that is what we could do, that we are the ultimate? Was it necessary to have that language in there? I mean, I understand that that's our role. But clearly, the public may not understand that, given some of the public comments that we heard. So I just want to make sure we're clear about that. I like that we have the nimbleness to act in the moment, because we do meet only every other week. That we can make an informed decision about this and other mitigation measures, but it still ultimately is under the authority of the school board.
I think, Dr. Sinha, that is implied. It may not say it directly, but it is implied that the board in and of itself can come forward. Dr. Nilles.
Well, I don't want to drop a bomb on this or anything, but, you know, the superintendent does not follow what the board gives direction in a public meeting with a quorum present. That's grounds for
Dismissal?
look for other
Yeah.
opportunities. I
Okay.
mean, it's, so, just to be clear, yes, we have the authority. It doesn't have to be tied to any particular policy. That's true of anything.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to know.
Same here. Thank you. Very good point.
Since I have the podium, so to speak, I mean, when I read this, my first reaction was concern over how are we gonna, as the representative body for the public, for the students and families, how are we gonna make sure this is done appropriately in terms of implementing whatever policy? You know, previously, you know, we were under governor's orders, and really, there really wasn't much discussion or flexibility, I think, that we could have. Any other is like, yeah, if something changes quickly, either for or against wherever we end up, we just call a emergency meeting, you know, and give the appropriate notice that you can, and as long as you have at least 5 present, you know, make a decision. I mean, that's kind of the obligation we took on.
Thank you, Dr. Nilles. Mr. Harvey and then Ms. Morrison.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I guess, point of question, clarification. I do not believe as a school board member I'd be advocating or dismissing my responsibilities to make these decisions. In fact, what I believe I read is that it says develop protocols and guidance. It does not say develop policy.
But it does suggest that in between, that the superintendent would be making decisions that may require an action before a call meeting of this board could take place. Mr. Harvey?
I would agree with that, but just as we trust the superintendent to take other actions that might impact our students and our staff, safety, well-being, and education, that would be the same thing. I agree with Dr. Nilles. If this body felt that any decision that the superintendent were to take, we would first consult with her, share our feelings, and then if there was no action taken, then this body could assemble and so forth, vote.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Ms. Morrison?
Mr. Harvey stated what I was going to say, but we have had many telephone calls and called to meetings regarding policies and issues that will not change. We're not giving up that responsibility.
Yeah, I shared with Dr. Edwards that I was not initially in favor of there being a shift from the board making the decision to Dr. Edwards making the decision. And as far as my concern was the optic to the community of abdication of our responsibility and putting the superintendent out there by him or herself. And even though I think that Dr. Nillis's point has given us great clarity as to what the board can do with a superintendent, I'm not interested in having to come back and check a superintendent in that way. So I don't think anybody's saying that, but that's not my intent. I will support this motion now because of the fact that Dr. Edwards has demonstrated an ability to be able to handle the affairs of this division in that manner. And, you know, I will stand behind the decisions that she makes in between. Dr. Gupta.
No, I trust you, Dr. Edwards, but I, as a board member, would like to, voice my opinion when this policy comes, and I believe for people to choose when they want to. That doesn't mean I push my own things on it. If I'm pro-life, I'm pro-life, but I don't want others to be subjected to the same standards. So here, my fear is the decision will come from superintendent on behalf of the school board, although I may be in disagreement with the policy. And that's my concern. It may be short term, but the policy will be policy, then we have to come back and reverse it, which doesn't look good because we are reversing a decision by you.
Would you like to speak to that, Dr. Edwards?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful for me to give the board and the community an example of a real life thing that happened to us, and twice actually. So during, I think it was the month of December, Ms. Pugh and I got word at night, about 7, that we did not have enough staff to open the school the next day. And we had to make a call for that one school, that for the safety of the children, that we had to shift to remote learning. We had to get communication out. We had to coordinate that in less than, the 12 hours between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m., which we did do, and also notified the board that this was the concern. Here is one of our metrics, and it was a safety issue due to staffing. In that instance, we would not have been able to call a board meeting and say, can we close school tomorrow at 7 o'clock at night when it was imminent for the next day. However, when we were forecasting in the same month that it looked like we were going to have a lot of transportation workers out, that was affecting the entire division, we had a little bit more time. We called a special meeting because even though the board was informed and involved in the one school incident, the special meeting, we'd have a little bit more time to, as a board and a community, get together and say, this is what we're dealing with. And we made the decision to go remote for the division because of all the school buses across the division. So that is an example where it is imminent safety issues, where we may have to make a call on a short-term notice that we might not have to be able to get a board together in a timely manner for this. And I'm just being honest, it's the pandemic. We're on different variants. I'm unsure about what to expect. But the ability to be able to react and keep people safe while also keeping you all informed. This does not say if we need to come back, and we are going to make a joint decision tonight, by the way. If we need to come back as a group, we can forecast, we have the time, it's timely. That's the best course of action. But if it's not, I would not want anyone sitting there, and I'm saying I can't take any action until we have a board meeting, and we'll just take our chances in the morning and see what goes on. I don't want to put this division or any school or any student or family member or staff member in that position.
Dr. Brennan?
I also have concerns about changing the wording of the policy, and from the side of that this clearly, and again, I also want to focus that we're talking about mask and face coverings policy. Clearly, if a decision needs to be made regarding the schools being closed or staffing, that is a decision that should be made by the superintendent. But under this policy, we're talking about mask and face coverings. And as sure as everyone else realizes who's on the board, this has generated more concern by this community, I think, than any other issue that's happened since I've been on the board. And I have significant concern about having Dr. Edwards and her staff be the ones to bear the brunt of that decision because of how important it is to our community. And if it's a question of, you know, having a called meeting on this issue because we need to make a change, I have no problem with that. We did meetings back when it started and we participated in it. But I have a significant concern about you being the person who will be the voice, and not the voice, because you have a great voice, but be the one bearing the brunt of that decision. I'll also say that mask and face coverings, which I'm obviously in favor of, and I'm sure everyone understands that, this has not been a decision. I don't think anyone would call the CDC nimble as far as making decisions like this. This is not an overnight decision they make. This is something, they make a recommendation, then it goes to the health department, then it goes down the ladder. So I don't think it's something we're going to have to do overnight, but I think it's big enough that I would like the board to at least consider that we continue to support the superintendent by having some input into the decision for mask and mask coverings.
All right, any further discussion on this matter? Mr. Charles?
Thank you. I share Dr. Sinha's concern about the language specifically, and I guess that if Dr. Edwards were to make a decision, we're looking at maybe at most a 2-week time frame to discuss that decision as a board, if we had to reverse it or modify the decision, or was that something you would call a special meeting?
Well, for this particular issue.
This issue.
So if I get a call at night that says, and I don't want to put anything out there, that our entire X team has been affected with the Delta variant, and these number of teachers, blah, 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 and we're concerned about tomorrow. Do I hold school tomorrow? Do I say, for protection until we can finish contact tracing and see what's going on, we're going to wear masks just to be safe? Do I call a board meeting if it's a significant number of students or if it's a group of folks like that? So that, for me, when I'm looking at when and how might I need to just say, I'm trying to keep kids in school 5 days a week. Absolutely. I do not want to go remote. I did not like having the shift. I want as many people present. But I have a concern that I'm not sure about the spread of something due to information that often comes in after 7 o'clock at night is when we find out about it. And in order to keep people safe while we investigate, maybe we just wear masks or a group or whatever the case may be. The ability to be able to do that, and I'm going back to what Mr. Liu said, the ultimate goal is keep schools open at all costs. And I wouldn't want anyone to come in and say, I was here and all of you were here and I'm concerned, and what are you going to do about it? Put us all back in. Well, let's all wear our masks just to be on the safe side, and then we can take it from there. That would be the time where I would see, if you're saying, well, why wouldn't you involve the board? When would you have an emergency type quick decision where you might want to tell a group? And remember, when we made decisions last year, it wasn't for the whole division when we were making decisions, not about masks, but when we were making decisions about quarantine and remote. We took it by a case-by-case basis. We looked at the school, we looked at the population, we looked at what was going on in that community. So that would be the only concern that I would have in terms of when would you see you might need a speedy action on a mask.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Dr. Carter, did you want to speak to this?
Well, and I trust that our superintendent will make a wonderful or a very informed decision from her history and practice that I've seen. But I'm like Dr. Brennan. There are 9 of us that can share the blame, and one and her team, and I share that with Dr. Edwards. And I think just for the time that we're in and the heat and just people are not as civil as they normally are, that I would prefer that the 9 of us share that. And that may mean a call meeting at different times. So we have to respond, be ready to respond.
Ms. Morrison?
I think the issue is with mask and face coverings. When that is a board decision that we support and that we own. But are there other words that we could use for emergency situations that require immediate action and take mask and face coverings out of it?
With regard to this specific, I think because this is the mask face covering policy is why we're specific to.
Yeah, well, I think I stated my thoughts. I think that if Dr. Edwards feels the need to do this in the manner in which it's being proposed, I think she understands the dynamics of it. I think what I'm hearing from the superintendent is for efficiency purposes, she's going to communicate with us anyway around it. And so I personally do not want to tie her hands. I've shared with the board my concerns, but I think that Dr. Edwards deserves the opportunity to be able to do some of the things that may come up in the manner in which she has stated. And so I will be supporting the motion as presented for the reason that it is presented, with an understanding that I have no desire to be looking at this as if, well, let me see when I'm going to trip you up because I don't like what you did. That wasn't the insinuation. I know that's not the point that was made earlier. I'm not saying that. But other superintendents around the Commonwealth, here we go again with that, do have the opportunity to function in that manner. And Dr. Edwards is professional and on top of matters. And so I'm prepared to give her that. And if Dr. Edwards, I would ever to see that's becoming too problematic, I certainly know how to come back with something different. I'm only one voter. Is there any further discussion on this matter? All right, with Dr. Gupta.
You know, it's interesting, in the last 15 minutes, before, for the previous vote I discussed, we heard it doesn't matter what the Commonwealth is doing, it doesn't matter what the counties are doing. But I can guarantee you I'll be hearing that word again and again, it does matter.
All right, is there a motion, you can vote it up or down, the superintendent recommending the board approve revisions to the mask policy, JHCCAZGBEY. The chair would entertain a motion.
I've stated my concerns about this, but I'd like to make the motion to support the superintendent to pass this policy for mask and face coverings.
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Brennan and seconded by Dr. Carter to approve the revisions to the said policy. Is there any further questions or discussion? Dr. Carter, and then Dr. Nellis.
So in approving this, what are we saying about the mask? Are they saying, do we do that? Or is this addressing whether or not we're going to continue to wear them?
No, once we've done the policy, I'm going to ask for we're going to discuss now what do we do as a group, what do we do as moving forward?
Dr. Nellis?
So if we deny or vote down this proposed policy, we are essentially mandating masks. I mean, this policy's in place, so it's full, full up, full up masking and all grades. So, and I know last year we opened up some grades. I think that was under board direction. It really didn't involve a policy change, but it was like, look, need to open up the K through 5 or K through 3 first. And, she presented, administration presented those plans and, we voted them up and down. It didn't involve a policy change. The existing policy right here, which was full up masking all the way, was in place. So.
All right, any further questions, discussion on the matter? If you're voting yes, and obviously the policy will reflect that, and then we will go into a discussion around Dr. Edwards querying us about what the recommendation is. If you vote no, then that means that you're not in favor of what we've stated, and then we'll have to discuss something different. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nellis?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
No.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-1.
All right, Dr. Edwards, still in your hands.
Okay, so as you know, just from the members in our audience, people who spoke from public comment, this is a very important concern for folks who are all, I think, as you said, trying to make the best decisions for their children. As we try to make the best decisions for the children of Lynchburg City Schools, all of the children of Lynchburg City Schools. We did put out a survey, and I don't know if Ms. Brown and Ms. Reeves are still within earshot, that they may, oh, they're in here, thank you, that they may just come and join us. First, let me talk a little bit about the survey that we put out on Monday with a little technical difficulties, but I did give the board a copy of the survey as of a point in time, about 2:15. I think it closed at 3 o'clock today. And let me just say, depending upon as this pandemic goes, that might be the first of many surveys, because it may change as time goes on. But just by looking at the survey and to answer some of the questions that might have been posed on Facebook, can you limit it to one response? Can you collect emails? We had a little snafu in the beginning. And we struggled with all of that because on whatever box you check so that folks vote once, in some instances they had to have a Google account. And we recognized that all people didn't have a Google account and we didn't want to limit it. So we just opened it up. We wanted to make sure we included students, staff, and family members, as well as someone who doesn't have students in our school district or may not work with our school district. We fully acknowledge that there are some folks who are concerned but didn't vote, and there are some folks who are concerned who voted multiple times, and there are some folks who posted on social media to vote to maybe in one way or another. So the information is used to inform us, but we fully acknowledge it's not a perfect system, but it is one that we as a school division want to get the community input. And outside of going to everybody's home to ask them that question, this is one of the quickest ways that we can do it. But going forward, just acknowledging it. As I look at it, and we did separate it too, given the fact that the vaccine is available for folks 12 and up, which means our elementary students 11 and under do not have an option for a vaccine to take. So we separated our survey for those of you who are watching and may not necessarily have taken it at an elementary level for staff and students separate, middle school and high school level staff and students separate. And then of course the administration building, transportation, maintenance, places where adults work but children aren't necessarily there day in and day out. And basically, we narrowed it to 3 choices: whether or not folks felt like masks should be required for all individuals in that group, whether that's the elementary student group, elementary staff group, so on and so forth, whether or not masks should be optional for all individuals in that group, regardless of vaccination status, or whether the mask should be required for unvaccinated staff and optional for vaccinated staff. And as you look at the data, depending upon where you look at it, and I gave the board just a quick snapshot, and Ms. Reeves is going to process the final data as it closed, you see that our community is split. Our community is split. And I'm looking at this side that has unmasked, no mask on kids, and I'm looking at folks in the back who say, keep the mask on and save our kids. This by far is no easy decision, so I'm glad, Ms. Carter, that you said you wanted to join in making this, because it is not an easy decision, one that we, and I certainly don't take lightly. And there's no right answer, clearly, because we are split as a community. So we're faced with, well, what do you recommend? Do you go with the majority, which, as I stated from my survey results, the majority may have been just the folks who voted. Maybe everybody didn't vote. Or do you go with the minority? How do you vote? So here's where I stand on that. And I think follow the science. I'm vaccinated. I had a good week of no mask. It felt good. This is the most uncomfortable thing that I have to wear every day. It's not because I choose to wake up and say, this is a nice accessory that I want to wear. It's not. I am vaccinated. I went through a moment of feeling safe because I was vaccinated. I went out shopping in places, out with other people because I was vaccinated. Still in schools with the mask on, but even in this building, I think we had a week of where we were kind of masked off. And then the situation started changing again, and the COVID cases started increasing. We actually slowed down on COVID cases in Lynchburg City Schools, and now, as I look at Director Brown, we're starting to tick up. I think we pulled the data off our website. We're going to put it back on our website again because cases started to tick up. And then as I started to feel safe with my vaccinated self, I started to hear these breakthrough cases. And I thought, oh, those are just other people. They're not just other people. We have breakthrough cases in Lynchburg City schools as well. So that safety that I felt is starting to be questioned. And not just questioned for me, but questioned for the impact of what does taking my mask off and being around a child and possibly reading to a kindergarten classroom, what risk might I be causing? And it is the might that has me worried. It's the might. If I were 100% sure either way, but it's the might. So when you sit here amongst us at the school board, we have to consider what might happen with children, what we might be doing, how we might be spreading it. And from the science, from what I understand, and we have our infectious disease person here as well, the Delta variant is highly contagious, more contagious than the original virus or the previous variant. So there is a degree of unknown right now. And there's a degree of unknown for a group of people who cannot vaccinate themselves. There's no option for them. There's no option for our young people to do that. And when I'm faced with that, it is a tough decision. It is uncomfortable. I don't like it. My glasses fog up. And I understand that our students, too, it's uncomfortable. But as uncomfortable as it is for me, and I really want to hear the board's perspective of this, and as much as I have the personal right not to wear it because I'm vaccinated, and that was the latest guidance, I feel as superintendent I have a responsibility to make sure that I do everything I can to protect all of my students, to protect all of them. And it is my recommendation that until we get down the road, and that may change because it did change when we got the vaccine and we did lighten up, that we protect all of our students and that we wear masks when we're in schools with children, regardless of vaccination status. We just don't know who may be transmitting the virus unknowingly. I don't think anybody's doing anything intentional. And I recognize that it's uncomfortable. It's not what we want to do. But I do feel like it's something that we have to do. And I so want this board to help in that discussion about that because these are all of our Lynchburg City school students and families and teachers and staff. It's not just the kids in the building, it's the adults in the building as well. So I'd like to open it up and just have conversation.
Okay, board, we are being asked by the superintendent, the policy has been passed, her decision to make, she's wanting to get some input from us so that the community will have some clarity because school starts August 11th and we need to get this out. So the floor is open for input to the superintendent. Dr. Sinha.
Everything I'm hearing about this Delta variant is really serious stuff. Yes, vaccinated people can get sick, and worse, we can spread the virus. I heard this news the day after I visited my 91-year-old mother in her nursing home after a day out at an amusement park. So you can imagine my concern. So I'm for a mask mandate. There are too many people in our community who have not vaccinated, who are careless, who do not take this illness seriously. The solution to masks that have lots of germs or stink or smell is to change your mask, put it in the wash, or like me, I stopped wearing masks that are fashion accessories because they steam up more, so I've gone to these. Now, we have CARES money. If we need to, I think that we could probably provide multiple masks per day per student to wear to avoid that issue. So I think that's a moot point. So I do favor a mask mandate. I don't trust, it's like secondhand smoking. We don't have smoking in public places anymore. Although you have every right to smoke a cigarette, and fine by me, I don't have a problem with that, except that your secondhand smoke doesn't have a right to make me sick. And it's the same thing with this. So I will vote to support a mask mandate until further notice.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. And to my knowledge, the board isn't going to cast a vote. We're just giving our thoughts to Dr. Edwards about it, is what I understand, and I stand corrected.
No, we need
Well,
to.
I would like you to, for this start, I would like you to vote, and then going forward, if I need to adjust it on a timely manner, that's what the policy. I do feel strongly that we all need to weigh in on this one here. This is the important first one.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
I'll gladly yield. No, that's all right. I have no problem with it. You saying on this matter, this is what you would like us to do?
Yes, yes.
All right. I have no problem with that. All right, Dr. Sinha has spoken. You have a follow-up?
Just one more thing. I do have some concerns about the survey that was done because of some of the technical issues and that people could vote multiple times and there were limited responses. So I'm hoping in the future, maybe instead of Google Docs, we could invest in a real genuine survey tool like Qualtrics. It's not really that expensive and it's easy to learn to use, and it might avoid some of these issues. I mean, I looked at the survey. I could have just kept clicking away. I could have done it all day long and voted for what I wanted.
All right, Matt.
So, whatever. But yeah, I agree. I think it is our responsibility to set the policy for the start of the school year as to whether or not masks will be required.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Madam Clerk, please note the suggestions from Dr. Sinha. Dr. Carter.
Last year, we heard, and rightly so, that we wanted students in person in the schools 5 days a week. And I think anything that we can do to make sure we're being proactive and using all the preventive measures we can will increase or enhance that opportunity for students to receive the in-person learning that they need. And I was just shocked to hear that Lynchburg, it's like, well, it's different. I saw 35, and today someone said 38 or 40% that are vaccinated. We are less than the counties, which is just amazing. And the positivity rate is going up, and the number of people in hospitalizations, and that the Delta variant is as more contagious. And even if it's a minute amount, 0.1%, that a child will come down or contract it or get sick or die, I wouldn't want to be the parent of that 0.1%. When we can use the mask to help make sure the kids stay healthy, and they're like us now, they're going to be closer, and they have to wear them on the bus anyway. And people are saying that the children can't. I've seen kids that are doing better with it. They're coming in, they're putting them on, and they have no problems with it. It's the grown-ups. And I really do hope that parents do not tell the children, you don't have to do this. But I am for.
All right, thank you, Dr. Carter. Any further discussion from board members that Dr. Edwards is asking for your input? And then the chair is going to ask Dr. Edwards to help us to appreciate what the motion is that we are going to be discussing. Dr. Brennan.
I want to first of all thank the numerous people who did send us emails in support of having a mask in the schools. As I mentioned before, I got more emails on this topic than I've gotten from any topic since I've been on the board, and I appreciate their support and the extent of their emails. I also want to thank my fellow board members for how supportive they have been of the administration and of the policies that have been put into place. Dr. Gupta frequently refers to me as Dr. Fauci. I don't think this board needs Dr. Fauci anymore. I think that you have the information, you have the knowledge, you have the skill to deal with this. I think that our main goal, as has been said, is that we want the schools to be open, and we want the children to be in the schools this year from now till through June in person and keeping them safe. And I think that we need to remember that this has not been a mild event that's occurred. We had 35 million cases of COVID-19 in the United States, and we've had 600,000 deaths from COVID. In Virginia, we've had 700,000 cases, and we've had 11,000 deaths. In Lynchburg General, at one point, we had half of the hospital with COVID patients in it, of a 250-bed hospital. We had a very brief time where we had no patients, and now we are ranging about 15 to 20, about half of whom are in the ICU. So unfortunately, as has been said, COVID is still with us and is still fooling us and is still around. I agree with the fact that masks are not perfect, and we don't have all the science behind the masks, but masks are a lot more convenient to wear than being sick with COVID or dying of COVID. And we've had people on this board who've had family members die of COVID. I think we all know how real that is. The real cure to this, the real approach to this, is to be vaccinated. And I'm thrilled that our administration and our schools have done so well with vaccinations for our staff, which will help protect our children. I think the least that we can do is to insist that masks be worn at this time by all staff and all students to protect everyone until this situation improves, which will mean people need to get vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. Dr. Gupta?
You know, I for one know what Delta variant is because my father was fully vaccinated and got infected with Delta variant, and I lost him in May. So I have experienced COVID myself, being infected, sitting on the school board. When I went home, 2 days later, tested positive, and the person has still not, come out that they are the ones responsible. But having said that, I'm against mandating things because there's no end to it. You can create rule after rule after rule. So you can create a mask mandate in school. When they walk out, the governor has lifted the mask mandate. And what happens if these kids assemble in a grocery store or a department store all together, and they are, we take them for a trip visit outside the school division, and they are all together, and there's no mask mandate. So it just doesn't make sense. So to me, I personally wear masks, although I don't have to, and I'm abiding by it. That doesn't mean my choice should be forced on somebody else's choice to make a decision. They understand the risks, and if they're willing to take it, so be it. If the mask is really protecting me when I have it on, I'm hoping it's protecting me from anybody who's unmasked around me.
Any further questions or discussion? And I'm being very kind tonight because I'm in a good mood because of the function this morning. Go ahead, Dr. Miller.
Yeah, I'm extremely reluctant to mandate masks. It's yeah, I just got news at the board meeting. I had a cousin that died, was not vaccinated, adamantly refused, and there's plenty of information out there about vaccines. I'm vaccinated. I encourage everybody, get vaccinated. I know a lot of people, coworkers, bright, intelligent. They see the data and they come to different conclusions. We see that in the survey. It's split. So a lot of what I'm hearing, I appreciate Dr. Edwards' concern. Frankly, if I was in her position, I would probably do the same thing, even though I'm not inclined to do so as a board member. What's the example is, get vaccinated. Have consideration for other people. You probably should wear a mask. And that's why I think it's important that it's the parents' decision. They decide, and it's a lesson that the kids need to know and be taught. So I'm not in support of a mandate. I think it should be voluntary. I certainly encourage everybody to go out and get vaccinated. There are probably situations where you should wear a mask, but that's your call. Thank you.
Mr. Trost?
I too mirror and agree with Dr. Gupta and Dr. Nillis with respect to the mandatory masks. I think it should be the parents' decision. I'm concerned about how do you, if you mandate a mask, how do you enforce that? Now we're pushing that enforcement down to the teachers, and I think that's an issue with respect to them. And then I haven't heard how we mandate the wearing of a mask during the lunch periods, where certainly the children are in much closer proximity to each other than they are in the classroom, and they're talking and having a good time and interacting with each other and eating, obviously without a mask. So yeah, I think the masks are a good idea. I've listened to some data here presented by Dr. Powers for one. I'd like to get more data from Dr. Brennan. But certainly I think I'd like to see it be the parents' decision. And then we've just voted to give Dr. Edwards the ability to be very nimble. So if we don't mandate it right out of the chute here, and say in a week or so we see these numbers, and at that point Dr. Edwards says, hey, listen, we have an issue here, now mandate it. Right now it sounds like Dr. Edwards is saying, let's go in at the highest level of alertness, which I understand. And I too, with Dr. Carter, my number one priority is the children in 5 days a week. But maybe we test the waters for a week or two or whatever, enough length of time to give us that data. And then Dr. Edwards, I think we've all voted to put it in your hands, and you have the nimble ability to say, okay, you know what, we got a problem here, mandate the masks. So I would prefer to have a slower approach to the mask, make it parent optional at this point. And I'm not sure how, quite frankly, how you would enforce the mandatory masks. If they're not wearing masks, do you put them in detention? Do we do this? I mean, I'm not sure about that part. But certainly, we've empowered you with the opportunity to make quick decisions. I trust your quick decisions. I would rather have a slower introduction to the masks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trost. And I think your thoughts are certainly very genuine, Mr. Trost, and I can receive them. When you were talking, it did personally make me consider my parent hat. And so that hat, along with other parents, but I do a very good job of moving beyond that. I have a type 1 diabetic daughter. Dr. Gupta mentioned his dad, and I can respect Dr. Gupta's position on this matter. But I didn't know his dad, and I'll start crying in a minute if I keep talking about it. He didn't deserve to die over that. So it's nice for us to say all of these things. And now Susan probably could cheer me up, but my daughter goes back to school. She did not do well. I've said this to this board several times. She did the summer school and got all A's in her honors classes. But you all come to my house because someone didn't wear a mask, and my type 1 daughter is dead. So I'm in favor of the mask being required at whatever levels the superintendent suggests until we know otherwise. And that is my concern about all of these things. And I echo Dr. Nillis's situation. Seems like to me the whole problem would get solved if everyone would get vaccinated.
You want a motion?
If the group wants to bring up a motion, I need to hear what Dr. Go ahead, Mr. Harvey, he needs to speak.
I was just, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak. I've really struggled with this. Initially, I thought to myself, leave it to the individual to make the decision, specifically those hopefully that have not been vaccinated would make the decision to not necessarily worry about protecting themselves, but worry about protecting others. That's where I feel we have an obligation. True, the mask might not necessarily protect me from receiving it from someone else, but it sure as heck's going to help to protect someone else from me. I'm inclined to allow a mask mandate to take place so that we can keep our students in school, so we don't have to go back to remote learning. I encourage everyone to get vaccinated, and I encourage everyone to, let's tough this out just a little bit longer, thinking about other people instead of about ourselves. We stop worrying about our freedom and worry about our responsibility for one another, this country will be a much better place.
Mr. Harvey, that was a strong statement, Dr. Brennan, and then I'm going to ask the superintendent to help us to appreciate what motion we would entertain at this time. Dr. Brennan.
Yeah, I think that maybe some of the concern is the question of a mandate, that maybe that word is taken the wrong way. We have done this in the past. You know, we did this last year, Mr. Trost. We had students in the school with masks on the buses. We dealt with what was the issue if they didn't have masks. We dealt with them eating. We dealt with the social distancing. We've done this. You know, we're asking to do this again because we think the risk for those children is so high. And I agree with Mr. Harvey that this is not an individual decision. You know, this is our community. This is the common good. This is us making a decision to say what is the best thing for the children in our schools. And I think we need to take that approach as compared to being concerned that someone's saying you have to do something.
If we did it, how come we had to go to virtual? It doesn't seem like it worked.
We went to virtual once for one.
I'm sorry?
We moved to virtual instruction one time for the one school, and it was because we did not have enough adults. And I have metrics. You have a sheet that has kind of the metrics that we look at in tandem, but the number of adults that were by adults I mean staff, that were either tested positive or were quarantined, because quarantine does affect our absenteeism rate. We didn't have enough adults to run the school. So it had nothing to do with wearing the mask in the school as much as it just had to do with things that were going on in the community as well. And when this started, I think we were able to keep our schools open, save that one school and then the transportation. We were able to keep our schools open most of the entire school year when our community was in hot red. I mean, our numbers, and that's why the metrics are important, because, and some family members will remember that they had conversations with me like, look at the city stats. We are in red in every single category. Why do you have schools open? And the answer was, we're all wearing masks and we don't see the level of transmission in our schools as much as we see it in the community. And I do think it was because we were wearing masks, we were mitigating lunches, we were using outside as much as possible and allowing kids to have mask breaks and things like of that nature. We were social distancing as best as we possibly could, even to the spring when we moved social distancing to 3 feet, when we brought more kids back. We continued to wear masks. And this community spoke volumes to me. The one thing that I heard was open the schools. Keep the schools open 5 days a week. Kids need to be in school. And I want kids to be in school. I want my teachers to be in school. But this scares me a little bit, that if we go maskless, and I understand your point, and honestly, if I were in your shoes, I don't know. I'm in my shoes, and my shoe says protect everybody. But if we wait and then we end up in a situation where we have to start closing schools or grade levels or divisions or a department, or if it's transportation department, it may be too late to come back and make those changes if we need to make those changes. Especially right now because we see uptick. You all have the data, and what I did was take the same metrics pretty much that we used last time. We were looking at less than 200 cases. We're at 190 right now. We had a 7-day average of about 30 cases. We're at 18.1. New cases, I think it was mentioned that we had 18. And then we start looking at cases inside LCS. We did really well, I think, last year when we started vaccinating our staff. They stepped up to the plate. They wore their masks. They were committed to doing the right thing because our staff wanted kids in school as well. And I commend them for that. But I don't have 100% of my staff vaccinated either, and it's a choice. I'm not mandating vaccination. Staff have choice, students have choice. When it became available for 12 to 18-year-olds, once again, LaTanya Brown and crew were right there vaccinating students, giving that options. We were making calls, we were sending out information. We did an all-out, hey, we even vaccinated EC Glass. So come get vaccinated. We want as many people to be vaccinated as possible so we can keep schools open. But I, in all good conscience as your superintendent, and looking at the uptick in cases and looking at the data and what's going on across not just Lynchburg, but the country with COVID, because we have people coming into our city all the time. It's a wonderful city. As your superintendent in charge of all of these kids, and I have to make a decision, I'm going to make the decision that errs on the side of if it's possible that I may be asymptomatic with COVID and I may be indoors affecting another staff member or a child, and I might contribute to someone getting it or closing down a school or going to remote learning. If it's wear a mask and be inconvenient and that reduces the chance, that's where I'm going to err, and that's where I'm coming from as superintendent. I'm just recommending that as we watch this now, I'm saying watch this because we all experienced that freedom of having those masks off. It was great. It was great for that moment in time. But we're a week or so away from school, and I don't know what that's going to bring going forward. It may get better, and we may be in a situation where we were in April and May when we started to see it get better, and we go back to relaxing the restrictions. But if we're starting school, and our most important thing is to start school, these are our babies. Some of them have not been in school since March of 2020. They deserve a good start, a good opening, 5 days a week, as much as possible. Less disruption if that's it. That's all that I'm trying to give them right now. I'm not trying to take away anybody's right or anybody's choice. I really am focusing on how do I keep these kids who have had 18 months of just disrupted education in a system that's 5 days a week, that we can give them the best shot of recovering anything that they did lose and moving forward.
And to be able to sustain it. So, Madam Superintendent, if you could give us a proposed recommendation, please.
Yeah.
And I do want us to, as a board, to understand we are an urban center. We really are an urban center, and there are dynamics in an urban center that may be different than the counties and what is going on there. And so what is the superintendent's suggestion, please?
My recommendation at this point in time, and I will say at this point in time, is that we just continue with our masks in schools for all of our staff and students, regardless of vaccination status.
And visitors.
And visitors, yes.
Is there a motion to that effect?
Yes.
All right, the motion is made by Dr. Brennan, seconded by Dr. Carter, that we will continue our mask policy regardless of age, starting now to August
Right.
11th and beyond until otherwise
We
notified.
recognize that Bass is already in school, so our
Wearing masks.
wearing masks in school, staff and students. And I'm just asking that we continue that. I'm also asking that we monitor all of the data and the metrics too. Not that we just make a decision and we're done and we don't come back to it, but we really do need to keep an eye on this. But for us about to start school, it's mandatory that the students have them on the buses. I am requesting, or recommending, I should say, that we K-12, pre-K-12, all of our schools, all of our staff, visitors, and our students wear masks.
In all settings.
Yes.
All right?
About indoors.
Or indoors.
Indoors.
Indoors, we're speaking of indoors.
And when do we revisit this issue?
I revisit this, well, LaTanya Brown will tell you, we look at this every single day. I mean, we start looking at the matrix every single day.
When do we as a board revisit this issue?
At the board, one of the things that we did, we had a return to learn when we went, that's what it was called. I'm not saying that we call it that.
You don't, you gave her the authority.
All right, the chair will not, it doesn't happen in council, it will not happen here. There will not be outbursts in a public meeting to disrupt the business of the Lynchburg City School Board. Whoever was speaking, please continue.
The question was, when do we revisit this issue as a board?
Right. So what we did previously is we continually gave the board updates on what was going on in the community, our stats. And then when we did want to relax and change, we notified the board when we made the changes. We notified you when we were doing the differences when it came to the testing, those kinds of things. So as far as giving you an exact date, usually at every board meeting, or in work session, we've had a conversation about this. But that's not the only time. Sometimes I have to call you on the telephone and just have a conversation about, here's what I'm seeing right now, this is what's going on. If I have an issue, if I'll get a call from a school that says, this is, here's a concern that we have with masks, I always reserve the right to just call you and keep you informed and give you updates in between board meetings, at board meetings, and as necessary.
Dr. Sinha, and then Dr. Nilles.
I think just like we did have a standing agenda item called Return to Learn, where we monitored the situation, we could do that for every meeting, have a status report. Is it warranted to have the mask requirement, and assess the situation and vote accordingly? If you want to, we can do that at every meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Dr. Nilles.
So I guess this is for masking in schools during class time. What is the impact on athletics and sports?
In terms of that, we will follow the same policies that we followed before. And for the community, when we were wearing masks last year, we had a full-blown sports program, and we trusted our coaches to practice safely so that the teams could continue to play with the safety that they played.
There was a range of practices and practices of isolation and spacing, and that changed over the course of the year. So I'm like, it's not clear that, I don't know what the guidance will be for the coaches.
Part of it is going to come from VHSL, depending upon how they do what we do in terms of seasoning and things like that. Remember, our seasons were flipped this past year. But we did in the spring, when we relaxed and brought more kids back, we also gave our coaches, we had more interaction than we did at the fall. What we did in the fall with athletics and practicing in the summer was very different than what we did in the spring. We had much more participation of kids in the spring.
So where are we at the fall level of last year with sports, or are we going to be at the spring level of sports in terms of interaction?
Given that we're coming back to school and our social distancing has collapsed, we got more kids coming back, we're at the spring level. I'm just asking that we continue where we are right now until we get more information.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. And I'm glad you brought that up, but let me say that we absolutely want to support our kids in athletics and arts. And we did this last year. We made a big push to have both academics and the arts and athletics continue for our kids.
Ms. Brown, did you have something you want to address the board on this matter?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms.
Good
Brown.
afternoon, board. Just as a clarity statement for Mr. Charleston board members, we have a COVID response team, and we meet daily. We review the daily metrics, the data within the city, within the state, and also within Lynchburg City Schools. And so we take the metrics that Dr. Edwards outlined, and we monitor those data and those points with the Deputy Superintendent, Ms. Pugh, daily. And we also contact trace. So we monitor whether we have positive cases, whether we've had exposures. And when we contact trace, we also, depending on the level of the safety or the exposure, we also work very closely with the Virginia Department of Health. So we have a very good working relationship with that. So when we're talking about whether or not we're going to close a school, because usually my department is the one that gets those phone calls, we're working directly with the school nurse. We're working directly with the school principal. Then they're working with our COVID team within central office before we're making those recommendations up to the superintendent. And what I would like for the board to keep in mind,
those phone calls can come in at any time of the hour. It does not stop on Friday. Those calls come in 7 days a week. At that time, we go into reaction because our overarching goal is to, one, make sure that all students and staff are safe, and if there has been an exposure, that they have been notified so they could follow their safety protocols according to what their doctor recommends. But also, if a person tests positive, we also want to make sure that they're getting the correct and adequate medical attention that they need, because we do not want to lose any more Lynchburg City Schools employees or any students, because we went through that. Whether it was a personal loss or a colleague loss, this division has went through that last year. So when we're talking about whether or not to shut down a school, we do not take that lightly. And I would say I was the tightest probably amongst all of the school divisions in this region in regards to our mitigation plan. And because of that, we only shut down one school the entire year. One school. And that was unheard of. And so Dr. Edwards had to work with me several times because I wanted to make sure our doors stayed open so that when we could return to in-person learning, I had full staff available. We had full resources available. In order to do that, we have to create a safe environment and follow the mitigation plan. So whatever the will of the board is, we will follow. But know that it is a team behind the scenes with a communications team that has to quickly update the media, our parents, and our community as a whole as to what we're going to do in usually less than 24 hours, depending on the exposure and the risk at that time. So I just ask, when you're making these decisions, please ask us questions. We do have face covering breaks within the schools. We've built in procedures. We've played a lot of things by ear and did trial and error, and we used our best judgment. And when we didn't know, we worked closely with our pediatricians, our health advisory board, and the Virginia Department of Health, CDC, and the Virginia Department of Education. So when we're making recommendations to the superintendent, we're usually listening to 3 different entities before looking at our own individual information from Lynchburg City Schools before making our best recommendation to the deputy and superintendent at that time. So we do not take this lightly, but we do want to make sure that we can keep our doors open as much as possible because we want our students on campus, with staff on campus, with student supports on campus, and with bus drivers and nutrition staff on campus being able to take care of our students without shutting doors.
All right, thank you. Mr. Troll?
Thank you very much. And it is a difficult decision for me. I really appreciate Dr. Sinha's recommendation. If we were to have, I'd feel a lot more comfortable if we were to have a standing motion or order, whatever you call it, to visit this situation at every board meeting. And that way we can at least, and I'd like the commitment from the board and Dr. Edwards to revisit that, and we can modify and be open to modification if the numbers warrant it.
Sure.
Yes.
I mean, I think I feel much more comfortable about that.
Mr. Troll, she's nodding their head in agreement.
Thank you, thank you. That's a good thing.
All right. So I'm trying to move us along here, but this is not to be rushed. Any further discussion on the motion that is on the floor? All right, then if there's no disagreement, then we're going to ask the board clerk to call the roll. If you are in favor of this, you would vote yes, that was recommended. If you're not, you'd vote no.
Please repeat the motion.
Could you repeat your,
Sir.
wait a minute, you made the motion.
I know, I just want to repeat it. I'll repeat it if you want, but I just want to repeat it.
He wants everybody to, we've had a lot of discussion.
I know it. Restate what you.
So my recommendation is that we start the school year with staff and students in all grades, school and visitors coming to our schools indoors, that we all continue to wear masks in our schools for all grade levels, regardless of vaccination status. And that's for outside visitors or, parents dropping off kids who would be in the schools. it's for us adults who are going into the schools as well, that we continue to wear masks during this time. And we will have a part on the agenda that we'll discuss it.
On a regular basis.
No, that's a long motion, but Dr. Brennan, is
I
that?
still think it's great.
Okay, good, all right. All right, Madam Clerk, close the roll, please.
School Board Member Trust.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan.
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nellis.
No.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta.
No.
School Board Member Mr. Howard.
Yes.
All right.
Motion carries.
All right, Board, let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back, and I think we can move ourselves towards closure. Reconvene in 5 minutes.
right? Yeah, right, okay, it's just.
All right. As our school board meeting prepares to reconvene, this does bring us to H4, which is dealing with school board operations. And we can have some discussion on this tonight and maybe deal with it later. But Dr. Edwards, if you could.
Absolutely. So now that we're back in our home, in our school board room, we wanted to have a discussion just regarding our COVID mitigation plans. Part of it was spacing, but as you see, we put back some chairs so that we could have the public here. The other was how we received public comment. And if you remember, one of our COVID protocols were you could email, you could call and leave a message. We would read the emails, we would play the messages. You could also come in person. Our policy is in person. You could still call and get signed up for the agenda. But whether or not we wanted to continue with the COVID protocols for public comment, because now that the state of emergency is not a state of emergency anymore, do we default back to our policy, which really is sign up ahead of time, sign up before the board meeting, but pretty much if you're going to address the school board, you would be here to address the school board. That does not prohibit any citizen from writing us and sending us information. It just, we might not be able to read them or play them if there are voicemails. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention now that we're back in the boardroom.
All right, so board, we could have a discussion on this ever so briefly. I would like for our school board attorney to advise the board on any matters that she may be aware of concerning us returning to where we were or whatever we're going to decide to do. And if you feel so led to even comment on the whole nature of public comments at school board meetings in general.
Certainly. Dr. Coleman, as far as public comment is not required by any school board. However, it's been a practice of this board to have public comment once a month. And I know recently set a time limit of 30 minutes as part of the policy. But as far as if you do have public comment, it just has to be reasonable as to time, place, and method. The current policy is in line with policies all over the state. If you all decide to return to that policy, you could also expand that policy if you wish.
All right, very clear. I think Dr. Carter.
Well, like today, there's so many, and we can't get to all of these. And from my perspective, I'm going to read them just like they are. I'm not going to highlight or try to get to any, because someone then may say, I'm just highlighting the sections I want to do. But it's difficult to get to all of them. If we can find a way to post them or put them on Word docs for a month or something, or a week, or till the next time, that'll be great. But I think we can revert back to our pre-COVID method.
Okay, Ms. Morrison?
And we went to this when we were doing virtual meetings, and we wanted a way to let the public have input. And I think that now that we are establishing protocol that we could revert to in-person, sign up ahead of time, I do think we need to talk about the mask mandate in our buildings. We're going to have student reps here at our next meeting. And so I do think we need to talk about that, but I'm all for going back to in-person. They can always, I've probably received dozens of really good emails talking about many dozens, talking about the mask mandate and sharing their comments and concerns. And that's one way they can always reach out to the board. We let our board chair respond unless it's sent to us individually. So I think that's a good thing to go back to.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. I would just raise before the board two pieces in my mind of maybe for future discussion. But if you have a citizen who, for whatever reason, can't physically get to a meeting, or for whatever the reasons may be, do we want to allow video messaging or whatever the appropriate technology is, Ms. Pugh? do we want to allow that for people? I'm just beginning, once again, to start thinking about out-of-the-box things for persons who may need it. And then, are we satisfied with the 30-minute section? Do we want to keep it like that? Do we want to change this public comments to the end of the meeting rather than the beginning of the meeting? Do you want to tie them to the agenda? But the chair recognizes Dr. Sinha, and then we'll come back to you, Dr. Carter.
I would like to see some way to enable people who can't come here in person to express their opinions. We meet at 5 o'clock, which for a lot of families is family meal time. We have people with kids who can't break free, and we're a 24/7 economy with people working all hours of the day. So I would be in favor of some kind of avenue for people to express public comments that doesn't require them to be here.
So noted, Madam Clerk, if you could have that noted. Dr. Brennan.
So in light of the fact we just had a long conversation about COVID-19 infection and how we're concerned about the surge and there's more numbers, we may not, we may have a situation in the near future where we're not going to be sitting here again. So I would suggest that we keep it as it is, which is the 30-minute time period, but any way people can communicate with us is welcome. I would ask along those lines that we get emails to board members a lot, and I'm not sure all those are expecting them to be read at the board meeting.
Yeah.
We actually ask, it's going to be by email, I request this be read at the board meeting as compared to an email that they're just sending, like they have in the past, to us for our information. But other than that, I would suggest we keep things the same.
Good point, Dr. Brennan. And typically, Tina will differentiate by language which ones were intended for the board meeting. So, Dr. Gupta?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She raised her hand.
And the ones that are to be read, they are differentiated. She does put on there, or the people that send them in said this is to be read. But also if someone wants the language that they want and how they want to say it, they can always leave a voice message and we can hear that in their own language. Regardless of, with the technology of Zoom, that may be difficult, but for someone that's challenged, they can leave a voice message that says, I want this played at the voice board meeting. The other thing is, what was the other thing we said about? Oh, the time. If we look at now, it's already 8:20. I think the 30 minutes is appropriate because we do have other business that we need to take care of too.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Carter. Dr. Gupta.
So I've received a couple of phone calls about this, changing the board start time, but I think the issue is genuine. If somebody wants to make a comment and we start at 5 and they cannot get off from work till 5 o'clock, they may not be able to reach downtown by 5:30. Is there any way we can move this public comment section during the middle of the meeting or the tail end of the meeting in the agenda? That way, the people who want to come and make a comment but are working till 5. And there are some nuclear facilities where you cannot get out right on, so they can make that adjustment.
Once again, this is why we're discussing. This board can do whatever the board wants to do about public comments happening, and there are examples of it at the beginning, middle, end, or not at all. So I think that what I'm hearing is for right now, since there's so many variables, we want to keep it as it is, and then begin to look into how we can incorporate some of these other suggestions going forward. I've always been an advocate of public comment. You all on this board know that I made those comments when we had no one coming, and now we have a lot of interest, and we're thankful for that. All right, so I think that will take care of itself based upon what we are saying, and we'll leave it as it is for now. H5, donations, Dr. Edwards.
Absolutely. From time to time, we have businesses want to support our schools, and any donations that are over $1,000 we bring to the school board to make you aware, and also to say thank you to those folks who are supporting our schools. So we have another one, and I'm going to let Deputy Superintendent Pugh tell us a little bit about that one.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Both of these donations are coming through Adopt a Classroom. They are a nonprofit organization, and they partner with companies that are committed to supporting education in the communities where they do business. The funds donated assist educators and schools in purchasing resources or securing resources that support students in their academic and social emotional growth. The first one is coming through Adopt a Classroom, but it's through Terry Subaru, and they reached out to the Bass Elementary School, and they would like to award 6 $500 awards totaling $3,000. If approved, Monica Hendricks, principal, because there are 6 grade levels, K through 5, would give each grade level $500 to support purchasing resources for student needs in each of those grade levels. The second one is Burlington. They are opening a new store in Lynchburg, and the new store opens on Friday, September the 3rd. And in celebration of that new store, they would like to donate $5,000 to Heritage Elementary School. Again, this is to be used in support of purchasing supplies, academic resources for students in the school. They had some criteria that they wanted in the selection of the school, and it was a Title I elementary school within 5 miles of the new store, and Heritage Elementary was selected as that school.
Wow, Dr. Gupta.
So how many Title I schools do we have in our system, elementary schools?
All of them are Title I schools.
All of them Title I schools. So
Please.
when I saw it, it's a great thing, but what troubles me is we leave the other schools out. You know, it's like we fought on inclusivity on health insurance for an hour here, and everybody was saying, I'm here for the kids, I'm here for the kids. So what I say is, I don't have a whole lot of money. I don't know if it's appropriate or not. As a school board person, if I pitch in, let's say $5,000 for another Title I school, so at least we include one more school, and I challenge the other school board members to do the same thing, maybe end of the day we'll have enough money to include all the elementary schools, if not, just one. I love Heritage Elementary. They've been left out all along. But my fear is Deerington, the other schools, which may be in equal need of that money. So what could we do about that? And one thing which comes to mind is, Gupta, if you speak, then put your money where your mouth is. So maybe if I put $5,000 of my own money, how will that work out? Is that appropriate? Is it ethical? Is it, and then can other board members pitch in to join me, because they are here for the kids. If you're here for the kids, let's step in and do something for these kids.
To Dr. Gupta's point, I would like either Dr. Edwards or Ms. Laconich to respond to that. That is an interesting question.
Yeah, and I would first say thank you. Any money to support our kids, we're absolutely going to take. And it does get to be a little tricky when you have businesses and communities that support our schools. And we have that to some degree even with Partners in Ed. We have different businesses that give more time to reading to certain schools than other schools. And we try to balance that with time and resources. I just want to be clear that we're not in a position where we're not taking money because they did not, let's say Terry Subaru picked Bass because they couldn't pick the other elementary schools. We're still going to say yes to that, or yes to Burlington or the next company or nonprofit that wants to support us. With regard to board donating any money to any kind of fund, and I know we have that option to kind of keep it clean through the Ed Foundation. You can donate any kind of money and sort of direct it to where you want it to go. I would be hesitant, and maybe this one is for Ms. Laconich and Attorney Townsend, our auditors, for you to write a check directly to without passing it possibly through some nonprofit to kind of keep it a little clean. But there's nothing that prohibits, and a lot of you do, you donate to through different charities to support school activities or schools in general or programs. So I don't know, Ms. Laconich, if...
You summed it up well.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you for raising that point, Dr. Gupta, and reminding some of us. I love to give, so thank you for that. All right, Mr. Harvey first, and then.
Yeah, I was going to say we have that opportunity through the Partners in Education. So there are lots of opportunities for us to get involved with their schools, specifically with certain schools, or universally with multiple schools, if you so choose. So there are lots of opportunities out there. Speaking for my company, we are involved with T.C. Miller. So, yeah, there are lots of opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Dr. Carter?
I would like to see if we could put this on the consent agenda. This is no action to take today.
All right, is there anyone with an objection to this being
Do you
on
want
the consent?
action tonight?
I put it as discussion because the last time there were some questions, and so I know that you like to have a discussion and approve it at the next meeting. If you would be willing to approve it tonight, that would be great, but if we need to put it on the consent agenda, we can certainly do that.
First, let the chair raise, is there any board member that would object to us voting on this tonight? All right, then there'd be no need for it to go to consent agenda.
This is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's very straightforward.
All right, so then someone could make a motion.
Move to approve the donations as presented.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Dr. Miller, seconded by Dr. Carter. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Frost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nellis?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
No.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-1.
We now move to, Dr. Gupta?
Just clarifying, the reason I voted no is because, as I said, I like Heritage to get it, but the issue is we leave the other elementary schools out. And I know there are other opportunities, but there's an opportunity right here to commit money, right here, to commit the monies for the other elementary schools.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, and I'm certainly willing to contribute. All right, we move to section I-1, Superintendent's comments.
Absolutely, and given the hour, I will be brief. First, let me just say thank you to this board and this community and everyone who emailed all of us. I know I received a lot of emails. I'm sure the board received a lot of emails, families who participated in the survey. We are in some challenging times, and I just really want to reach out and say thank you to all of the folks who reached out and shared their opinions in a very professional, although passionate way, of letting us know how they feel about various things that are going on in our community. And we're trying to make the best decisions, even though we don't always make the decision that suits everyone. Obviously, that can't happen all the time. But I do appreciate the way that folks addressed us and shared their concerns. Big shout out this morning to my support staff in this building, and just a phenomenal, amazing job of, Tina Day, who was part of a very impressive team of folks from finance to the superintendent's office, IT to custodial staff, nutrition, communications. I mean, almost every department kicked in, special education, student services. And it was the support staff that did it. They really planned everything. I did not plan a single game or a single activity. It is all the folks, primarily who work in this building, who made a commitment to make the start of school for all of our employees pleasant, fun, entertaining, and just really kick it off. So I am so grateful to them for what they did today. And I have to say, I came in like, this is going to be great. I had no idea that it was going to be that amazing and awesome and organized. And just the level of collaboration between Heritage cheerleaders and Glass cheerleaders, showing that they work together. We could have friendly competition, but when it comes to building this community, we need to work together. The drumline battle between the two schools and the two principals who had no idea that they were going to be a part of it. Again, we could have that competition, but we could work together to build this community. And probably if you participated in the games, as two of our board members did, or if you just watched them run down the field and do those very strategic games, you will notice that all of those teams were mixed. It was just a collaboration of Here's an opportunity to say we're from different camps in Lynchburg City, but today we're on one camp. We're going to celebrate each other, and we're going to show this is how we build this community. This is how we build back after the pandemic. This is what we do. And I'm just so proud that I didn't plan any of that and that it worked out the way that it did, and it was amazing. So Tina Day is here, so I'm just going to say thank you to her. Amazing every single person who helped out, who did Google Forms, who organized it. There were so many. We are eternally grateful for the way that you kicked off our school year this year. And I don't know what they're going to do next year to top this, but the bar is raised for convocation next year. We are, if you have not seen, we opened up our volunteer policy a little bit to get bus buddies on to ride our buses with our elementary students for next week. And as the pandemic goes, so does our volunteers in school. We want to get back as many folks as we can, but we're keeping an eye on that. So anybody who's interested in being a bus buddy to help start the beginning of the school year, you can volunteer. There's information online. You can select and be a bus buddy and just ride along with our kids and welcome them back to school. We've had an amazing couple days with our new staff. We had a wonderful new employee open house, which was new for us, and we had that at Lincoln Middle School, and our staff came in. They got to pick up their computers and all of their equipment and meet all of us and engage with them. It was so great just to talk to them and their families. Some of them brought their significant others and their kids, and we just welcomed them into the LCS family. And then yesterday we had the new teacher welcome at EC Glass, and we kicked that off with a nice welcoming lunch. Thank you very much for Amy and Latanya and Allison and team, everybody who put that together. And then an activity in the auditorium where I got to greet them. Ms. Carter was there as well to greet them. And we just kicked it off a little bit of diversity, equity, inclusion, and what we're going to do for every child by name and by need to graduation beyond. A little bit of the policies off to PD. So again, another great day with them. We've been so busy. Business Alliance, Ethel and Victoria and I got an opportunity to go to the Business Alliance last week, and we aren't the only ones who are struggling with the workforce. Let me tell you, it was very eye-opening about what businesses are doing to retain staff, to recruit staff, and some of the struggles that they have in terms of producing the next workforce. So we're excited to have partnered with them. I learned a lot at that, and I'm grateful for the Business Alliance for keeping Lynchburg City Schools in that. We had our Summer Leadership Summit, which was training for all of the administrators. And again, Dr. Carter was there all in the training with us, so we appreciate you being there. And again, another fun 2 days of learning with each other and welcoming each other back. And I'm just excited. Bass is already in school, and kudos to the Bass staff for kicking the school year off right for us, and we did steal their Olympic theme, which worked out well today. But we're so proud of our students, and we're so proud of our staff and all of the amazing things that we're going to do. We're getting excited, y'all, for bringing the kids back. You know my mission. We're trying to keep them in 5 days a week. We got a lot of work to do, a lot of progress monitoring, a lot of data. Folks are going to want to know how our kids are doing. We're going to bring that information to you along with the metrics of what's going on in our community with COVID. But I just want to say a huge thank you to this board for your tireless hours, dedication, taking on my phone calls, my Zoom calls, and everything, and just being supportive, because this has been a very trying time for all of us, and you guys never waver. You stayed right in it, and you're always making the best decisions for our kids, and I appreciate that as your superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Well said. Now we'll move into our board comments, and we'll start with Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellent activity this morning. It was incredible. It was exciting. Our chair, I think he thought it was Sunday morning. He was preaching, and it was an inspiring message, Mr. Chair. So thank you. I want to say a big shout out and thank you to all of our staff that were there this morning and those that couldn't be with us. I'm truly excited for this school year. It was clear they're excited as well, and let's hope for the best, that our community can kind of get behind us, continue to support our schools, work to get vaccinated, be supportive and sympathetic with the masks, and help us keep our schools open. I think Dr. Gupta has an excellent point about not only our other elementary schools, but all of our schools. I want to thank Terry Subaru and Burlington for their generosity and being examples for the other businesses in our community. I would encourage all of our businesses to get involved with our schools, show support. All of our businesses are located near a school. There's no reason why we can't all support our schools. And, you know, we talked a lot about diversity on this board and equity in a lot of the issues that we've been facing. I, for one, hope that council hears our discussions, that they understand the concern that we as a board have about this issue. I know my reappointment is up this year, I believe Ms. Morrison, and I also believe Dr. Nillis. So that's three slots.
One more time.
Well, that's what I meant was his chair, his seat. Okay? So these are 3 opportunities that we can increase diversity amongst our board. I also think that we as a board need to take some actions to try to encourage that. And one of the things that, at least in my profession, that we do when we want to get people involved and show them what it's about is we have shadowing programs and internships. And so I would encourage, if there are individuals in our community that have an interest, like to get involved with the school board. I know I, for one, would be more than happy to provide shadowing opportunities for some of the things that we encounter. I know there's certain things that we cannot necessarily share because we have that responsibility ourselves to make those votes and so forth. But we can be encouragers to folks in our community that would be interested in serving on the school board. So we need to be creative in looking at opportunities to encourage that.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Dr. Gupta.
Thank you. My point for donation was not through a business. That's a different tax write-off. I was looking at individuals. Business tax, I'm very familiar with the tax law. It's different than the individual tax write-off. Having said that, I don't know, I received this form for $611 for master school board funding. And again, as I said, I'm here for kids, and I don't want to use the kids' money, so that's a question I'll be asking. I'm a supporter of master school board, but I don't want to use the money from the kids to be used for my training. So I'll rather write a check on that. Having said that, we missed out, and thank you. Miss Day did an excellent job, but we have Miss Brown sitting in the back. She was managing the parking today. Miss Reeves was with her, and Dr. Edwards had a remark.
Everybody, yeah.
And finance, because I didn't mention finance department. They were holding it down
Miss Lee
too.
was there, so all these people deserve accolades. And one more thing I wanted to say, Dr. Edwards, I, for one, is 100% behind you. So I know you take a lot of punches in these emails, and I don't personally like the wording of some of those words. And I can, for 1.1, I don't like using the word "you're dancing around my question." And I'm going public on that. To me, that's not how you treat somebody, even younger than you, older than you, at par with you. And of all, you are the superintendent of a school division. So you deserve some respect. We owe you that respect, and you have my respect.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Dr. Sinha.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. I would like to see you treated better by certain people in the community, and I'm on record on that issue. I want to extend kudos to you and your team. I heard from several people who are longtime teachers but new to LCS, and they were so grateful and appreciative of the onboarding and welcoming they've received. They never experienced anything like that in their previous places of employment. So that really reflects well on our division, and I was really proud to get those messages, even though I had nothing to do with it. I'm sorry I missed this morning's activities. I do have a day job that keeps me away from a lot of things that happen in the schools. However, I'm looking forward to Saturday's celebration for the LCS family at the Riverfront Festival. So looking forward to bringing my wife and daughter to that, to experience that and provide support. So way to go.
Thank you, Dr. Sino. Dr. Notice.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm looking forward to the beginning of the year and having the kids in school. It's a step towards normality, and we all need that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Notice. Dr. Carter.
Just wanted to say, as my niece Cheyenne says, when we do readings, what's my prediction? And from going to the Leadership Summit and to the new teacher employee orientation, and that was awesome to do actual onboarding, which so many companies don't do now, and the convocation, my prediction is that we're off to a wonderful start. People should be informed. This administration, the principals, they're informed, and hopefully, hopeful that'll trickle down to everyone. And the new teacher orientation, I was able to meet Mr. and Mrs. Adam and Gail Henderson, and I didn't really know they were husband and wife, but they'll be at Dunbar with Dr. Rule. And Adam is a German teacher and Gail is a 7th grade English. And the games today, Tina, I think I'm a game person, but I think you're elevated. That was awesome. And Dr. Coleman, I expect to see you on YouTube. The way he led that and the breaking news, it was awesome. I wish we could show it here. And the most important thing, I love to see the students. Everybody was included, and the students with Rochelle Jefferson, and I think Malaysia, I forgot her last name, but one from Glass, one from Heritage, they really helped us and navigated the games and helped us make sure we found where we was. That was just awesome. And just to see everyone working together, I was in group 11, and everyone's introducing themselves to each other from different schools, different certified versus, what's the other one? Certified or yeah. And so everybody was working together. That was awesome. And then just want to say that VSBA was awarded as a recipient of the Leading Edge Award, and that's for innovative services for your local school boards. And they were awarded that by the National School Board Association. And the other organization that got that was Indiana State School Board. And the other one is Dr. Carter's encouraged us to really look at Dunbar Theater and to come out to the play Rodden, to come in and attend that. And there are a lot of alumni students there. And one more, the elementary bookkeeper, I heard that they received a perfect score on there and no citations, so they were excited. I think this is the first time it happened. So, and one of them is my niece, so just happy to have that. That's all.
If Dr. Carter doesn't mind, before we move on to Ms. Morrison, our school board rep,
Oh, yes, Jaden.
Yes,
Jaden Scott.
it was
She,
as if she was there.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
yes, yes,
She did a tape.
she delivered a speech. She couldn't be with us, but she wanted to be heard. She delivered a powerful message to everybody, welcoming us all back. Just phenomenal. So.
And just one other note, and we were even given rides. Somebody was there, and I said, is that going to look like I'm lazy if I don't walk back to my car? And that was Mr. Earl Jones, so he even gave us rides back to our cars. So everything was just wonderful.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. Ms. Morrison?
Well, by the time you get to me, I don't have anything to say. Particularly following Ms. Carter, Dr. Carter. So I'm just happy to have our kids back.
Yes.
And I know that they're happy to get back.
I enjoyed convocation today, and I enjoyed everyone's comments, and I'm looking forward to this school year.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan.
I'm sorry I missed the convocation. I too, like Dr. Sinha, was working this morning, but that's okay. I'm gonna have to make my schedule and look forward to seeing some YouTube or video of something. It sounds like a good time. I think we had some very difficult decisions today, and particularly for me with respect to the mask. I'm not into mandating things, and I'm going to hold everybody to us revisiting that situation every 2 weeks and make call as we see fit at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Charleston. And I do want to thank Dr. Carter for bringing up about the SBA. And that is going to be really out there in the traffic. And I do want the board to know that I did participate in the tape for that will go out nationally, wherever it is, and talked about Lynchburg City Schools and what we have been doing to contribute to the whole discussion of what Sharon Carter talked about. So that, I'm really proud of that. All right, at this point, K, informational items. You see when the next Legislative Advocacy Committee, Finance Committee, and this is where the chair is asking that those deliberative groups would determine a chair within your committees and determine how you're going to function. You notice the work session and our next regular meeting, the first Tuesday in September the 7th. I do want you to know that Dr. Carter and I will be reaching out to board members. There may be some need for scheduling changes around master board, and there may also need to be some discussion that we need to have in light of what Dr. Gupta and Dr. Sinha made relative to the task force and a lot of issues. And so we will talk to each of you about that accordingly. At this time, that will move us to Section L, closed meeting. And pursuant to the Code of Virginia, Section 2.2-3711A1, the school board needs to convene a closed meeting for the purpose of discussing the following specific matters: the superintendent's evaluation process. Is there a motion for us to go into a closed meeting?
I move that we go into a closed meeting.
All right. It's been moved by Ms. Morrison, seconded by Dr. Carter, that we go into closed meeting for the said purpose. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Charles?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nuss?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Hoppe?
Yes.
All right, we are now in closed meeting. Thank the public for coming to our meeting, and board, this should not be very long at all. We'll make sure that our doors are closed and we'll go in. Dr. Edwards, you will remain with us for just a minute.